Nice. Hit the play button, right?
What's on the rules for breakfast today? Beat up my whole life. I've been shot down, kicked down twice. No stopping me, so come get it from me. What's on the rules for breakfast today? Beat up my whole life. I've been shot down, kicked down twice. No stopping me, so come get it from me.
Solo.
Nemesis.Games. And hello, welcome to solo playthroughs. We got some people in the chat excited, probably not to see me, probably to hear from the guys from Nemesis.Games. We are here with Dirk and Cornelius. We got some chats I'll go through real quick. We got hello, good sir, glad I made it home to watch this. Adam says, excited for this playthrough. Good luck on this one. You need redemption from the last stream. Yeah, I need redemption from a lot of last streams. I've been losing a lot lately. It's really fun. Pavel says, hello, hello, hello. And Cornelius says, howdy. Howdy to you as well. So we have, here's a three-headed monster behind Nemesis.Games. We got Pavel, Cornelius, and Dirk. Pavel is the one who came in and informed me I was getting crushed in the last stream, but he decided not to make it today. We have Cornelius and Dirk. We're going to, hopefully this works. You guys want to say hello, and we'll see if your audio goes through.
This is Cornelius.
I had you cut off.
Monsters.
Cornelius, yeah, start over, man. I had you cut off.
Okay. This is Cornelius. I'm the goat head of the Chimera because I have the best facial hair. It's really nice to be on your stream. Thanks for having us, Greg.
Thanks for joining me.
Hey, Greg, this is Dirk. I'm the belly of the goat. And yeah, thank you very much for having us. And we're excited to be here.
Yeah, Dirk was my my lifeline in learning this game, and I want to say this is not a hard game to learn in essence. I mean, compared to like the rulebook's amazing. There's an index, there's like pictures, there's like a frequently missed rules card. I mean, super easy. You have this whole thing along the side to make this easy to learn. In the design process, how much of that was a focus for you? Like, because I feel like you did more to make sure people have an easier on ramp than most games do.
I think that was definitely one of our top ideas was that once you've joined the game, you don't have to read the rulebook. So we put as much as we could right there on the board and on the cards.
No, cool. I mean, more generally, I mean, like, I've talked to you off camera a couple of times now, including this morning, and I find you guys hilarious and interesting. So I'm going to hopefully stay out of your way. So if this is a bad interview, it's totally on me. But the story behind like how this game comes together, how this like big ambitious project ended up being what it is. Like, where did that start?
Dirk, why don't you take that one?
Okay, I always was a huge fan of crowdfunding. I saw what crowdfunding did, for example, to the music industry, where it basically gave the artists the freedom to do what they wanted to do without being streamlined like by a major label. Amanda Palmer was like one of the first artists who said like, yeah, fuck my label, please everybody just download my music for free from the internet. I'm going to make a crowdfunding campaign to fund my tour. And she made $1 million, and that freaked out the industry big time because like they saw like you don't need a major label to be an artist anymore if you have the support of the people. And I always was fascinated by that and always thought like that would be the greatest thing ever to do that. And then I met Cornelius in Berlin a couple of years ago while board gaming, and we became friends, and we figured out we love the same sort of games. And I thought, come on, let's do it. Let's just try it. Let's like there is this new option to crowdfund games. I think back then it was in the infancy, but like Kickstarter was growing, and I knew that like no big publisher would ever like give us the chance to do the game that we wanted to do. And this is how it all started. And here we are, like almost seven years later, and it's an amazing journey. I know like the state of industry is pretty wild at the moment, and like a lot of companies and backers alike are hurting, but to us it's still a blessing. Like it's a dream come true. I wanted to make a board game when I was a child, and it became reality. And I'm not sure if I'm at the point where I totally can grasp it, but I see it in my shelf. Like
Right.
Uprising is standing there, turned into a reality. It's still
Right.
surreal, but I love it. It's the best.
So Dirk, were you you sounds like you were the major impetus then? I mean, you just were like, hey, Cornelius, come make a game with me, and Cornelius is like, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
that's accurate. That's
That's a-
completely accurate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pavel joined us shortly after. We all went to a cabin in the woods and
That's
played
amazing.
this very, I think the word I've been sort of thinking about lately is idiosyncratic. We played this in this very idiosyncratic world with these like quirky rules, and it like really caught all three of us. And like sometimes you like see a movie or you hear a song or something, and it just sounds a lot like other things, and then you find something really weird. And we
Right.
had that really weird thing, and it just sort of gravitationally pulled us all into it over time, and through a lot of different well, I don't know how many variations of the game did we have? 3 major ones and 30 minor ones. And finally it came out looking pretty polished, but there was a lot of weird rules and weird stuff that we really like this, and then it didn't work in reality. But putting it together, it sounds so cheesy to say it, but really putting it together made it much better than if we'd done it on our own.
Yep, 100%. And like also working in a group of three was great. Somehow
Yeah.
that was like for me that seems to be like the perfect number. Like if I would have done it alone, it would be weird. If even if we would have done it with two people, like you would always have like a standoff in certain situations. And now
Right.
with three people, like if one of us goes too crazy, we have like two others to pull him back in.
Right. No, I think that's super important. I mean, I think I had Eric Royce on the channel a couple of years ago, and even Eric Royce is he's the maker of Spirit Island, but it sounded like he always had that team, that the community experience of creating an excellent board game. I think has something I've just seen more and more. I could definitely see like a designer getting lost in their own world without someone to have that checks and balances to be like, you're going off the deep
Yeah.
end now, dude. Come on
Yeah, I
back.
mean that was a great influence for us as well, because Cornelius luckily had such a welcoming household. Like
Right.
he's always an open door, always provides food to everybody. It's like
Yeah.
a really communal place in Berlin where a lot of people meet. So at one point we also started to integrate like friends and then also blind playtesting. So a lot of people were also part of that, and they told us, okay, um, this is a bit weird. Or when we were like watching them playtesting what we've created, we oftentimes immediately could see what is working and what is not
Right.
working. So
Sure.
that was also like a huge part, like a community effort in that sense.
Cool. Let me catch up on the chat. We have Pavel is here. That was Pavel. All right, Bobby. Hello, hello. I'm here for you. Very important. Simplicity is always number one. Cornelius says there are no other numbers. Adam says, are you going to play with Arch-Nemesis? I am not today. I'm not ready. As Cornelius said before we went live, I'm in training still for that one. Pavel says it was too much fun not to join. We also happen to have the perfect strengths matching with the three of us. That's cool. So you're a symbiotic three-headed monster, it appears. Cornelius says lion plus dragon plus goat equals chimera. That's some excellent knowledge being dropped over here in the chat. So from the beginning when you first like met, like you started getting stuff on paper to the launch of your first crowdfunding, how much time elapsed during that?
I think it
Ooh,
was about
subjectively, about 300 years.
objectively, I think it was 5 years,
Wow. And
4.5 to
then,
5 years.
I mean, you went live during the pandemic, right? I mean, is that,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, that had to be an
That,
interesting journey.
that was a roller coaster for us. We were like, oh
Yeah.
my God, do we push the button just as
Yeah,
the pandemic was starting?
right, right. Oh, yeah, I can't. That feeling of going live the first time must have been it's
Crazy.
like
Yeah.
this is your
That
baby
was
going out to
insane.
the world, man.
Yeah.
Like, woof.
Especially after so many years and so much like preparation. I think it was
Yeah,
like one of the most intense days in my entire life.
yeah. Was there a moment? Like, was there a moment that you knew, like, we had a winner? Like, you had a game that was ready to go out.
Yeah, I think we were funded like in 10 or 20 minutes. And I think
Yeah,
like I think we could immediately feel that, yeah, it's it's happening. So
yeah,
yeah, there's an absolutely like wonderful picture I absolutely love that shows like Cornelius and his son and Pavel in the shared flat, like looking at the screen in awe.
yeah.
And yeah, I think that captures that magical feeling of this first hour, where you just you're refreshing the page and you see number go up, and
Right,
that was absolutely amazing.
right. So yeah, I missed out on the first Kickstarter. It was not on my radar, and then I think yeah, I reached out to Dirk right before this, right when the second one went live, and requested a review copy, which you were super kind to provide. And then as soon as I started playing it, I was like, oh, I'm getting the rest of this. This this is I want all of this. So that was I was definitely happy to support you guys and back the second edition. Now, speaking of that, like talk about this new crowdfunding campaign. Like where is this going now with all the new content that's out or coming out?
I mean, we're really just focused on this game. We were told a few times, like, hey, this is great. Please don't produce any more stuff.
Right.
And I think that makes sense. We don't want to like overburden a good game. Sometimes it takes, months or years for people to like really sink their teeth into like a big project like this,
Yeah.
Not to give undue comparisons. I don't know how many people liked chess when it came out, but then people liked it.
Right.
And so I think this expansion is probably the most we're going to offer in terms of like a major like development of this game.
Sure.
And we're going to leave it there for a little while and see how people react. We're not going to stop supporting it. We might add, a couple more races or maybe like one or two other things here. But I think we're pretty, much able to fence it off and say this is a fine game that we're very proud of. And then we might look at another project in the future because we love playing board games for a living. That's a really cool job. It's like, as Dirk said, it's a dream come true for all of us. And we're just going to support Uprising and make sure that people like get all the answers they want. And if they're missing
Right.
any spare parts, we'll ship that to them. Oh yeah, that maybe we didn't mention. We're a small company. When we say there's three of us, we actually mean there's just three of us. So anyone who's missing a spare part out there is going to end up talking to me personally because I'm going to drop it in the mail for them.
I will like, yeah, you can tell the companies that are like, man, we love this. We do it because we love it, and we're gonna like be super responsive. I mean, you're always on BGG, you're always on Facebook, you're always super responsive. Dirk's emails to me were always within like 36 hours, like if not like 10. Just and that's with the time difference. It just absolutely the support and love and care you put into this has been awesome. For anyone that's really curious about the nitty gritty of the expansion, I just watched Cornelius's interview with Not Bored Gaming. That's Mark Dainty's channel. He does a lot of solo stuff as well. If you don't already subscribe to him, I'm guessing most of my subscribers do. Go check that out. It was like 4 months ago, and Cornelius goes through on Tabletop Simulator in detail a lot of the new mechanics, new dice, new tokens, new factions, new everything. It just looks amazing, and my subscribers will appreciate it. Like for me, I was like, is this basically what Lost Legion is to Mage Knight? And for if Cornelius and Dirk, for you guys, are you guys Mage Knighters? Tell me yes.
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 All right. So like Lost Legion like completes Mage Knight. I mean, it just adds so many mechanics that just is like this game hums now. There's so much going on,
Yeah.
and I just was like, is this? It felt like that to me. Just all these little additions, but it's still the same game. But it's like woof, you got
Yeah.
extra depth and extra like stuff going on. That's all like just juicy and amazing. So
Yeah, to comment on that from my point of view, like for me, the Titans expansion is the icing on the cake. Like it
yeah,
makes Uprising perfect for me. And it basically like we had so many ideas when we were creating Uprising, and there's just so much you can do like in
right,
a certain period of time, and we had to start. But like a lot of the stuff that is in the Titans expansion were things that were always in the back of our mind and our heads, like as images or ideas.
right,
Cornelius always wanted to have art and wanted to flesh out the druids more.
right,
We always had the idea like we wanted mercenary units, we wanted elite dice. So yeah, um, it comes together very well, and I would not want to play Uprising without it.
sure,
And it also keeps it, or we like I think for me, Uprising has a very nice like it's a sweet spot when it comes to headspace.
sure,
It's crunchy, but it's not too crunchy. It's not like that super brain burner. You can still have fun
right,
while taking a lot of things into account. But yeah, it's at a very good spot. And when we were playtesting new stuff, we always felt when we were coming away from that spot. So when something got too complicated, because we didn't want to bloat the game, there's a lot of things going on, or there's enough going on. So we always wanted to make sure that we stay at the sweet spot when it comes to the headspace of the core game, and I think we accomplished that. Like we
no,
add
that's
cool
great,
things, but they are not complicated, or like they don't like make the game feel different. It's the same, but a little bit better.
sure, no, that's great, that's great.
Yep,
Chat,
yep. I will just totally second that. By the way, we've play tested the expansion, and there's no point at which it slows the game down. It just adds
that's
a
great.
little bit more pepper, a little bit more salt to different ingredients. And I personally think it's the greatest expansion I've ever seen offered. I am
Right.
very biased, so it's hard to take my word exactly, but it's just so full of good stuff, and you don't have to use all of it. You can use just one part or all the parts.
Well, one of the things, I mean, it's funny, and I don't want to cost you guys money. I want you guys to crush this, but like seriously, you're offering deluxe components, and I think this is the nicest cardboard I've ever felt in my life. So it's just like I'm like, it already comes like super deluxeified. So I'm like, I don't know if I need those to be honest. But like go into production. I mean, so you're like a new game company. You have this idea. You're like, we got to make it into reality because it's too freaking awesome to not, right? How
Yeah,
does that process? Like, how did you
yeah.
learn how to do that?
The problem is when you're prototyping, weirdly enough, it's very hard to prototype cardboard
Yeah,
because like it's like do you put a sticker on like cardboard or something? So we prototyped and we used just a lot of wooden components. Like the big chunky VP tracker is testament to that. Like we
sure,
always like had these things and we wanted it to be there. So it was just like the logical next step to bring a little bit of that back. Therefore, we wanted to make these resource tokens from wood. So we are just going back to our roots where
right.
prototyping was made with different materials that also felt good, and we love those. We got the chance to play with them because we got
Yeah, they look
samples.
sweet. Yeah.
They feel sweeter. Like, it, yep.
No, that's amazing. That's amazing. But I mean, your decisions. I mean, I know one of the things we talked about, like, was this ever going to be a minis game, or was this always like we're going to make the nicest standees that have ever been created in the history of board games?
we were warned that like making miniatures is just going to be very, very costly. We
Yeah.
have around like 80 to 100 different unit types,
Oh yeah.
so that's easily 100K in like modeling alone. Like if
Oh
you want
yeah.
to have a
Easy.
professional artist like model it, and then I don't even know how much that would be like in like tooling cost. So it would be a very expensive. We would have never had that,
Sure.
like the funding to put that up. And then if our miniatures were not like top notch or like the like the best of the best, because like a
Right.
lot of people are just buying the game to get the miniatures,
Yeah.
the talk about Uprising would have been like, yeah, but the miniatures are not that great.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So like
Easy.
we never designed a board game. We never produced a board game. We never shipped a board game, and we never did miniatures. So we thought like, okay, we don't have the funding. What's our alternative? Let's just make the best standees ever, because we
Right.
knew like that standees are just like, they're not that great. Like with these like made of cardboard, and so we had the idea like how can we make them cooler and better, and like then we also prototyped them, of course, and then play tested them, and seeing them on the board like with the art
Yeah.
print on them and the
Oh
colors
yeah.
also made us fall in love with them, because it just was not like the next gray pile of unpainted plastic.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, and people love them, and we love them, and to us these are the best standees ever, and people really appreciate that they come pre-painted.
Well, you guys were the first. I remember you told me a story with your, I guess, with your production company, manufacturing company. It was like the whole process of learning how to do colored acrylic standees. That was, am I
Yep.
making that up?
Yep. No, that's true, because like up to that point everybody was just die cutting transparent acrylic material,
Yeah.
but like we also did molds, for example, for our standees, because we
Sure.
didn't want them to be die cut, because then the edges are not rounded, and like it
Right.
was a long process, because nobody in China has ever done miniatures or like standees the way we did it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was like an adventurous process, but yeah, also very rewarding, because they turned out like, at least to me, they're really great.
Oh, they're amazing. And the first I saw like a playthrough. I think I saw like one stop co-op's playthrough or rolling solo, and I was like, I mean they're fine. And then I got them, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like the camera does not do these suckers justice. As you know, someone who puts stuff on camera all the time, they're so nice, and I love how they're functional too. The fact that you put the dye color on each
Hmm.
unit, like it just helps with getting information quicker, keeps the play flowing. It's such a cool design decision that I really appreciate, because now, you know, instead of this game taking up, you know, an entire shelf, it fits in a really nice huge box which takes up half a shelf. But so yeah, I mean, this is, you've been a big part of like my, like, oh, if there's a standee version of a game, like I am like woof. I mean, I hope they're like Nemesis standees, because they're, or Uprising standees, because they're amazing, absolutely amazing.
Yeah, thank you very much. We are super glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Like we
Thank you.
we put a lot of heart and soul and sweat and tears into making them.
Cool. I mean, is
Yeah,
there this? Good.
one weird little design thing on those, which nobody seems to comment on too much, is but they have little spiky bases, and this
Yeah.
makes them really hard to knock over. And
Sure.
I'm not sure what it is about that. I
Right.
remember it in a game that I saw decades ago, and I was like, let's put the spikes on. And if you kick your table, most things won't fall down. It's really nice.
That's crazy.
They look weird, but they're very functional.
Nah, that's great. Nah, that's super cool. Um, yeah, I mean, it's even the. I mean, that's fun. I mean, the concern that you put into making your game functional to play and experience, I think it's so obvious. I mean, even how you design the garrisons to fit on, so you can have three and they still take up the same table space, and the hex, like it's just really really cool. I mean, you know, there are games that I feel like go overboard to make the game experience more difficult for the player. And you guys are like the exact opposite side of the spectrum in a way that's super cool. Catching up on the chat, Amna says Nemesis scored is one of the best. You guys always respond to all questions and are always updating the community. We have a purple heart from Cornelius, and then ID Jester. I love small companies. They care more, they have more passion, and they are willing to go the extra mile for their customers. I'll back this for sure. I like these guys already. Pavel, learning by doing, talking about the upgraded chips. He says they feel so good, immediately better than cardboard, and a plus. No, rock on. So I don't want to take too much of your time. We've been 25 minutes. I mean, what I mean, is there another game you guys are working on? Like, I mean, I know you just started the Kickstarter, the pledge manager for this one, so I'm sure like your life right now, you're working on 3 hours sleep, if that. But and Dirk just had a baby, and I understand Pavel just had a baby too. So congrats to you guys. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
Good
thank you
luck
very
getting
much.
any sleep for the next
Yeah.
6 months. So, but I
Yeah.
mean, is there another game on the horizon?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Little.
Can I break some news here? Come on.
We have too many ideas to say we have one idea at this
Okay.
point, but
That's what's up.
we don't want to leave this business, and
Yeah.
and we love our community, so we won't let anyone down. We're gonna make something really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cool. Any
First, all hands on Uprising. I mean, that's our number
Yeah.
one priority to get this to our backers in time,
Yeah.
and therefore we focus totally on that. But we're also looking forward to the time when we have delivered and the print files are
Yeah.
sent, and there's just the waiting part, and we have a very good idea how to fill that time, how to fill that void.
Cool. Well, I will say, then I'll give you guys the last word. Yeah. So Uprising, the what is it? What's the name of what's the tagline for your new expansion? I'm forgetting something.
Titans of the
You
first
mean the
aid.
Titans of the
Titans
First
of the
Age?
First
Yeah.
Days is live on Gamefound. The pledge manager just opened, so if you missed out on the first Uprising, you missed out on the expansion content, you can go get it there now. I obviously am a huge fan of this game. It will definitely be a staple of the channel for the foreseeable future. I have a lot of losses that I still need to log with this game, so definitely go check that out. And I will say the first Kickstarter was right in the middle of the pandemic, and Nemesis.Games responded to that awesomely. They basically were like, "Hey, shipping sucks right now." They added more content that people could help like pay for the shipping, and just if there's a company doing the things the right way in the industry right now, this is definitely one of them. So I'm super appreciative of that as a player, and happy to support you guys and keep featuring this game. And you guys have last word. Anything you want people to know before we sign off here?
I have a last
I
word.
just want to. I'll give one really boring last word, which is, everyone who supported us really like brought this to life. We could easily have just had to fold up the company and go back to day jobs. So the fact that we're able to keep making games and stuff for you guys is because of you all, more than it's because of us. So thank you, everyone who is interested in the game.
I second that, and that would also when we started talking today, right? I was mentioning that I was always a fan of crowdfunding. I think that's a revolutionary idea, that you don't need these big, huge mega labels or corporations. So it's the same for me. Like, it's incredible to see the trust that people gave us together with their hard-earned money, and believed in us and believed in the idea. And um, yeah, it's absolutely still amazing and incredible to see that something like that no big publisher would have ever touched by a mile, is possible with all of you guys to create that. That's like, yeah, a dream come true, and not possible without every rebel out there. So also for me, like, uh, big thank you to all of you. It's incredible what we can do together and what we've created together.
Cool. When does the pledge manager close?
I think we keep it open for 6 to 8 weeks. Like,
Okay.
there's not an exact date, but yeah, it will stay open for quite a while.
Cool. No, that sounds great. And then you're hoping to deliver on next April.
Yeah, April.
Cool.
April next year. Yep.
Cool. That'd be great. Very cool. Lots of exciting stuff to look forward to. Thank you guys so much for taking out the time and joining my goofy little channel here. And
Yeah, Greg, thank you very much for having us. Like,
It's a real pleasure.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for supporting the rebellion. It's great to see that you are so excited about the game and that you're willing to hang in there, even if you haven't won or might lose one or two more games. Your first victory will be very rewarding. It took us a long time to win our first game of our own game, so just
I,
hang in there.
yeah, I've
There's a
won.
lot to
I've won a
discover.
couple of times. I've won a couple of
Okay,
times.
great.
It's just
Great.
not on the channel. We'll get it on the channel eventually.
Yeah, I'm not mentioning the Arch-Nemesis now.
Dude, my audience prefers when I lose, I think. So it's better videos that way. So, but this was awesome, guys. I really appreciate it. Have a good evening over in
Same here.
Germany, and thanks again for making such an awesome game. And we will hopefully this will be the last time I have the joy of communicating with you guys on the channel.
Yeah, we would love to come back.
Cool. I am
I
gonna
can't
take.
wait for that cheesesteak.
Yeah, we'll get some more Philly cheesesteaks next time you're in town for sure. So I'm going to come back. I'm going to take a quick break here. So I'm going to put the break screen up, but I'll be back in 5 minutes. We'll start the playthrough. I'll definitely catch up in the chat when I get back. And thanks again. We'll be back.
Bye-bye, guys.
Bye.
And hello. All right. I think we should be good with audio. Everything looks good. Let me catch up on the chat. Woof. I missed a lot of chat. Hopefully no one had a pressing question for Dirk and Cornelius there. John says, damn, this game is going around a ton lately. Bruce and Board Games just streamed it yesterday. That's what's up. I'm going to have to buy the same thing, sacrifice a couple $100 more at the altar of the gaming gods. Pavel says, well, the babies are a bit older, 2+. Whoa, you have a 2-year-old, even more fun. You got to actually chase that thing around the thing. I'm the worst. My wife and I, for people who don't know, we foster older children, and we allow our friends to hang out on the baby train. That was never meant for us. So mutual decision, by the way. But yeah, we enjoy being aunts and uncles to all the little rugrats in our life, and that is good for us. And we'll take the older kids. And we have some stuff written down, but that's about it. It says Pavel, John, the money is spent wisely on feeding us. John, well, I don't want you all to go hungry. I have a moral and ethical duty to buy this now. Jester says, where's the link to the pledge? I hope you found it by now. If not, maybe Pavel can kind of put that in the chat here. Cornelius, John, you'll be happy at that altar. Jester says, I think I found it, but trying to make sure. John laughs, haha, yeah, I can tell you that none of us are making bank on this, just enough to keep making games. Yeah, that's so common in the industry, for sure. John says we appreciate it, and Adam says not on stream. I'm assuming that's about me winning. If there are dice rolling, this isn't for Greg to win. Impossible. Laugh out loud. Jester, truer words have never been written. Pavel, we actually enjoy losing more than winning at this point. And Greg is a masochist. From Adam. Juan says good discussion, very interesting. This is difficult for me. In normal, I'm always surprised people can win consistently. They say 70% of the time in Apocalyptic, amazing game, no doubt. I think there are strategies. I'm probably at like a 25% win rate right now, and that's I have a lot more to explore with this game. But I think there are ways you can. There's definitely room. I think the best games have like strategies that aren't so obvious, and then they kind of come together the more you play. And even my losses, I rarely have like just a devastating loss anymore, and usually can be at least competitive. Juan, you probably missed a few hidden mechanics that make it easier to win. Yeah, I think that makes sense. It was like it was like my 12th game in when I was like the whole idea of like fighting, finding ways to fight the Legion on hexes with a curse. It was like, oh, that makes so much sense because they can't use their lightning powers, and some of those lightning powers are vicious, right? So, in some ways, getting curses where you want them is a really big part of this game. But obviously, if you put a curse on a place, it can, will destroy all garrisons there. It will destroy havens. So you have to kind of balance all those competing strategies. But speaking of competing strategies, let's get to it. I am playing today as the Moyar, which is either going to be Hanzo the Traitor or Ronha the Wanderer. I will roll the die to determine who my starting hero will be. For those who don't know, the way Uprising works is you have your army of all these acrylic standees. Every army is different. There is a decent amount of asymmetry. The asymmetry gets more extreme among the factions as you get into the expansion content, even starting with Arch-Nemesis, which was the first expansion. I will feature those. I'm looking forward to featuring those factions in future videos when I get into the Arch-Nemesis content. Now, some of the Arch-Nemesis content is already into the game that I play. There is, I think, one Horde and one Chaos and one Legion it is Horde, that is from the expansion that I've just already thrown in. I think there were maybe a few other items or things like that. So that's good. And that's it. So you have like every faction in the base game at least has 5 havens. One's going to start on the board in your little home world. So this is the home world for the Moyar, and their home world is Winterholm. Once the Mayor themselves came as conquerors to Azuhl, fleeing from the Dracorian Empire, they attacked the islands with their ships, settled there, and drove the indigenous peoples into the mountains and forests. So those guys will go there. One thing I didn't have the time to get into with Cornelius and Dirk, but we've talked about it off camera, is one of the things I really like about Uprising and how they design this. I mean, I know there have been notable critiques of this game of its generic fantasy, or at least one notable critique that comes to mind. That is, nothing about this game feels generic to me. And one of the, I think, parts of that I most appreciate is how it handles a certain like tropes in the fantasy world. This is like, it's definitely fantasy, but it's a very different spin on fantasy in my experience and from what I've seen and what I played. So each faction comes with a female and a male hero. And the female heroes, no one's running around in a bikini or their underwear. Like they're actually like geared up for battle and war. And I think that's just a cool little touch, and I think a positive sign of where the industry is going. Yes, I sound like a prude. I'm sorry, but I'm not really that sorry about that. So I don't know. It's like one of those amazing nights. Like, why is Aretha wearing a thong bikini? Yeah, I don't need it. It's just weird to me. I've never been one of those guys that really understood any of that or really wanted to play with a girl in her bikini. I just wanted to kill some monsters. So we have Winterhome. That is going to be the home world for the Moyor. They have. They can really do pretty well with some ranged attacks. And again, depending on whether we Hanzo or we have Ronha, we'll see some of their mechanics really come to light. I'm going to roll a d6. If I roll a 1, 2, or 3, we're going to go with Hanzo. If I roll a 4, 5, or 6, we're going to go with Ronha. Booyah, I rolled a 1. Hanzo it is. So we're going to put him on Winterhome and call it a day. We're going to take out Ronha and her feat deck. Hanzo is going to start with 2 starting feats. The one is the Slavers card. After combat, if you have 1+ Slavers here and destroyed a legion or a garrison, you may place 1 basic unit on any haven. The other one he has is Archery and Clash. You can pay Assault to ignore 1 enemy shield before damage on your hero's hex. So that's super cool. Now, what is salt? Again, there are 3 basic resources in the game. You have salt, food, and plunder. So if we have an extra salt lying around, we could pay 1 to ignore a shield, which can be super significant, especially since we can do that in the range phase. Wants as such as Pavlos is hard to say. There's plenty. I don't know your level of experience, but a few that a lot of people have missed. Jester, girls need to keep their skirts on. Totally agree with you. Less skin, more armor from Jester. Pavlos says the symbols on the backs of the hexes don't only tell you what resources you get, but also what terrain can be there. Salt equals iceways, plunder equals highlands, woods, and food equals badlands and march. That's cool. I didn't realize. Yeah, so salt's always a nice waste. Plunder, that's good to know. I mean, I think, it'd be interesting to see. I don't know if I would ever change like where I was going to go naturally, because I'm always like looking for the resources first. But yeah, sometimes you really want to find a highlands. Sometimes you really want to find a badlands. Sometimes you really want to find a marsh. So that could be definitely super helpful to keep in mind. All right, we'll get into the next faction here. We have the Crow. Yeah, the Crow, Krowh. They're going to be led by Dugpa, the Seer, or by Kaal, the Destroyer. So I will do the same thing. 1, 2, or 3 will be Dugpa. 4, 5, or 6 is going to be Kaal. I rolled a 6. Kaal it is. So we're going to take out Dugpa stuff. I haven't played with Kaal in a while. It's good. I played with Dugpa yesterday in a surprisingly low-scoring game that did not end very well for me, but it was fun. It was close. And his 2 starting feats are the Vargs Archery. If you have 2+ Vargs here, you gain a yellow die during archery. That's before rolling. And the next one is after combat. If you have 1+ units here, so you basically need to have 1 of your units survive a combat, you gain 2 resources, and that could be super cool as well. We're going to shuffle the rest of his feat deck. Buying items and solving quests is the way to win the game. I can see that. Thanks, Pavel. Indeed, I already see the importance of items to build an engine and get you out of tight spots. Quest as well. We'll keep that in mind. And Pavel says, based on the hexes you already explored and the knowledge of the total hexes in the game, you can kind of guess which hexes are still left to figure out how dangerous it is to explore them. This is definitely a high-level tactic to go, oh, yeah. I don't think I'm that smart. That's a lot to remember. But one day I'll get there. So I'm going to take these 8 activation points and put them on top of our heroes. 8 and 8, and then we're going to give our factions their starting resources. The starting resources is going to be 5 of everything. So I'm going to get out the 3s. So these are going to be off camera. I'm sure this isn't super exciting for y'all. This is the starter player token. We're going to give that to Hanzo. And now I need to give everyone the rest of their resources. So everyone starts with 15 resources. Booyah. That will go there. I'm going to roll. Yeah, I'll set the Druids up just to get that deck out of the way. So there are 9 Druids in the game, at least with the first, the base game and the first expansion. I'm going to roll a D10. That's a 10. There's only 9 of them. I rolled the 10 again. It's going to be one of those days. I rolled a 7. So I'll put that there. I'm going to roll a D8. This is like how I randomize. Like I just never feel like I get a good shuffle on small decks of cards. But this is probably a little idiosyncratic and unnecessary. But I'm a little weird. Just get used to it. So the starting druids are on the board. right? We'll flip over one around and we'll see what goodies they have to have in store for us. We're going to set up these sea towers. Again, there are 7 of these in the game. So we're going to set up our first sea tower over there in the Screaming Sea. Going to roll a d8. That's a 3. Put that down here. And we'll get another sea tower over here. That's a 6. We'll put that here. Those sea towers can come out. We're going to have these other basic hexes, and we're going to set those up. There are going to be 10 of these on the board. And again, this is a 4X game. Exploring these is important because we need to find new places to place our havens and new places to get more resources. So we start there. I'm going to go 1, 2, 4 down, 1, 1, 4 down. And hopefully we get a good variety of resources. So this will give us plunder. That gives us plunder. This gives us salt. This gives us salt. So those are ice waste according to Pavel, which I'll take his word for it. We have a food there. That's nice. We have a plunder there. That's also nice. We have a food here. So no easy access to salt for Hanzo, which isn't great. So he'll probably try to get over to that salt tower. We'll see how that works out though. But ooh, lots of plunder. And not a lot of salt. Unusual game for us. So that will go there and there. These hexes can come out of the game. We're going to need to set up our Imperials and our Horde deck. So the Legion deck, there are 10 if you have the expansion. We're just going to take the top 5. I will not roll a die for this, I promise. We're just going to take 5 off the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now the number of Legion you take will depend on player count. It is 2. It's 3 plus the number of players. So that's why we have 5 total, because we're playing a 2-player solo game. So a 2-handed solo game. You cannot play this game true solo. That's fine. It works. The balancing would be all out of whack. I think it'd be really hard to make this game work at a true solo level. But I don't think any one faction is going to be that overly taxing that it's going to be too much of a mental load if you're used to more complicated games. For sure, we're going to take 5 at the Chaos. Again, it's 3 plus the number of players, and those will go there. You'll note that these sideboards, I'm not using them exactly as intended, but I'm using them in a way that fits well on my table. Seriously, these sideboards are absolutely totally optional. You could just not use them at all and just put the various decks around. So if you have a smaller table, this is really all you need out, and then you can make it work with the other decks. But I will say they're very, very helpful, and they're a very, very nice touch from a production standpoint. I'm going to shuffle up the quest deck. Juan says to Pavel, congrats for the amazing piece of board gaming art. Pavel says thanks. Makes sense. Also good to get hexes that synergize with your units. Adam says I added the player trades yesterday. Damn you, Nemesis, for making me spend more. I looked at them. I don't even get the upgraded bids because I'm just like, maybe. I'm wavering. I'm definitely wavering. But I mean, again, the tokens as this game comes, they're very, very nice. But those bits, I mean, there are pictures of the bits on the Gamefound campaign. They do look really sweet. So, maybe we'll see. This is gonna go here. It's just like, more things to store, but I guess bits you'll just probably just put them in the base box and find a way to make them work that way. We're going to shuffle up the item deck. That I'm going to need to be creative with. So this will be like half off the screen up there. And now we have to pick our chapter cards. So again, there are 7 of each chapter. I'm playing an Apocalyptic, so I have all the advanced cards in here. The advanced cards are the ones that have the red skull in the top right. They will significantly increase the difficulty of the game. You get too many of them, yeah, good luck. So I rolled a 1. It's going to be the bottom card. I always count bottom to top. Why? Because I'm weird. And again, we've already established this, so this is not news. We're going to shuffle up the chapter 2 cards. Again, notice I'm putting them offset just to get them to all fit on camera. Rolling a d8, that's a 1. That goes there. We're going to get the chapter 3 cards. Juan says, I was not aware the player trades look nice, but the pass are made. The deluxe components do tempt me a lot. I got the upgrade pack of the initial Gamefound, the cane painter ready. I thought I was done deluxifying. Yeah, man, no doubt. No doubt. I mean, again, this again another thing I just didn't come up in conversation. The only company that comes close to me. The only company I put on par from a production quality standpoint is Chip Theory. The production quality is just insane, and it's so over the top, and it was so ambitious, and it's just crazy. I mean, you have that overproduced argument. Like, I don't know. I don't even feel like Chip Theory Games is overproduced. It's just very, very high end produced. So the fact that Nemesis.Games kind of keeps the cost where it is with this much quality is super impressive to me. It is just like this game oozes quality in pretty much every facet of the production. So it's really, really nice. These go there. All right, space those out. So chapters are done. I think that's it, kids. I got all the stuff over here underneath my face to go for like the tokens, for the activations, for the Horde and the Legion. We have the target tokens for the Legion over here. We do have our starting garrison, so we have 3 garrisons in the capital, and on Apocalyptic mode, one garrison at every adjacent hex. We have a skeleton and a skeleton and a curse there, a skeleton and a curse there, and we have a third curse we can put anywhere in the board. I just like to put it there. Probably not the best place for it, but that's where I put it. So we're going to live with it. When I enter combat, I will put units on their side. Until we're in combat, though, like I'm just going to leave them up for the sake of space, but I will make sure that I get as much of this on camera during gameplay so you can see exactly what's going on at every moment. This is definitely a game. I haven't figured out how to make the spacing work, but I could definitely see an argument to try to get my third camera up and have like a sideways view coming in. I think that will really help the game pop. Especially with the interview this morning and stuff like that, it felt like a little bit ambitious to try to make that work. And again, this is a huge game. I will try to work out something and figure out how to make it all fit on the camera in the future. It just seemed ambitious to try to do that for this morning. One, I just shuffled the chapter decks and flipped the top card. This is a good way to do it. Yes, the quality price ratio here is very good. And plus, more important, solid gameplay. Pablo says, haha, the trays look so good in person. They don't photograph well, though. Somehow they look way smaller than they are. Oh, dude. There's no way they're small. No way. All right. I think that's it. We're going to start going through our chapter track. The first thing we're going to do is reveal a Druid card. I've already randomized the order. I will reveal 1, 2. I've already randomized the cards. I'm not going to be even more insane. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Even I have my limits. So we have the faceless one. Archery and Clash. Your enemy loses 1 point in combat after damage once per combat. So it's a once per combat thing. I will just turn it sideways to exhaust it. This is an advanced card. And again, that's an archery or clash, which is super flexible. So if you have a surge that you're not otherwise using, bam, you could just do it on that, which I really appreciate. And that's that. So the druids in the expansion all have art on them to kind of bring them to life more, and I think that's super cool. So they look really, really awesome. All right, flip all your face down cards face up. Obviously, that doesn't apply in the first round. Regain your 8 action points. That doesn't apply in the first round. Deal 3 new items. First item we're going to deal out is that. It is the Dragon Fruits. Discard this to gain 5 food. All other players gain 2 food. You do have to spend 3 salt to get that. I don't think either of my factions are going to be that salt rich. So you're basically spending 3 resources to get 8. So you're netting 4. No, get 7. It's not even that. You're netting 4. Not necessarily the greatest thing. We have Axe of the Giants. You need to have 3 might to get that one. So I could get that with Kalal. I can pay 1 food to gain a hit before damage once per round on my hero's hex. That could be excellent for Kalal. I will definitely take a look at that. And then we have the Abad Warpaint. It just costs 1 salt. There is no minimum requirements on skills in order to get this. Clash discarded to gain a red die before rolling on your hero's hex. So we'll squeeze those suckers in there. Move this down even a little bit more. just kind of go into the quest area a little bit. I should talk about their traits. So Kalal, I didn't even read his thing. Kalal grew up as a slave child in the undercity of Norngard and gained a notorious reputation as a gang leader, and gladiator. And then the homeworld for the Crow is the Pack Glandris. The tribes of the Crow have lived on the islands of Azuhl since the first days. Scholars suppose that this martial and proud race once served the ancients as warriors and guardians. Now, the Crows start on a highland, so there's only one ranged die that can be rolled there, so they're not much of a ranged faction. The Moyar, I'm going to butcher that. Moyar. Winterholm is a woods. They re-roll up to 2 dice in archery, and that would also apply to your enemies. So if we were battling a legion or a horde there, they would roll up to 2 dice, but they only re-roll blanks. As a matter of course, the AI is very, very straightforward and simple in this game in a way I really like. We're going to deal 3 new quests. First quest is going to go here. We have the expedition to the mainland. The flavor text is only a madman would dare a trip to the smoking wasteland that once was Dracorier. Kayusha was the first to volunteer. You need 311. We'll talk about quests as we get there. If we attempt this quest on a sea tower, we get an extra black die in our attempt. We have the Thieves Guild. Every player must place their most expensive item here for every player with none placed, and draw 1 item here from the market deck. So we don't have any items yet, so it's a good time to get this. This is not a quest I do very often. It is from the advanced thing. So the 2 items here are the first idol, Archery and Clash, play 2 resources to gain a surge. And then we have the water pipe. You may reroll all your dice on any roll outside of combat always, and they're just going to put them on top of the Thieves Guild. Again, I don't love either of them enough. 8 action points in the first round is not a lot. I don't see myself questing for that, to be quite honest. And then we have this one, Ramparts. Archery and Clash. It took the Drakkar Elder weeks to carve every stone and pillar with her runes, sacred to the mountain heart. I could take this card, Archery and Clash. I can remove a wall or a tower instead of a unit. That could be super nice. And if we attempt that quest in a highlands or in a woods, we get an extra blue die for our quest attempt. So we'll just kind of scoot those down. Excellent. So not the greatest quest, not the worst quest, but definitely some things to work with and think about. And now we're going to pass the first player token to the left. We don't do that in the first round. Event phase. Add 2 threat to all legions and hordes in play. There are none. I should mention when it comes to quests, so the starting stats for Hanzo are 0 might, 1 magic, 0 lead, and 3 guile. Again, when you have guile, it allows you to roll a white or an orange die. Those stats become most important when it comes to quests. They don't really matter. They don't matter in combat. Heroes do not roll their dice in combat, but they also determine what items we have access to be able to use. So that's super cool. And then we have Call the Destroyer. He has 3 might, 0 magic, 1 lead, and 0 guile. He is not very guiley, people. So we have the first player is going to draw the first event chapter, and we'll go from there. It is one of the harder ones because, of course, it's what I do. In the days following the curse, the Empire initially barricaded itself in the capital, leaving the outer islands to a wave of chaos and despair and destruction. Place 2 skeletons on any unexplored empty hex. I'll move you over here. So I have the skeletons over here. There are 11 in the game. Again, 2 start on the board, so we have 9 left. So I'm placing 2 skeletons in any unexplored empty hex. Now, note, these suckers... Oh, it's bad. I don't like it. And again, this is where the high-level strategies are. So if you open up a hex and it says reinforce, it's going to add a 3rd skeleton, all skeletons go away, and all of a sudden now you're dealing with a horde, and that might not be the greatest thing. So I don't remember what might add skeletons. It's less likely to be icy waste. I think it's more likely to be icy waste if just going from memory. I am going to want... I don't know what I'm going to want, but we'll put this. I'll probably want to head out to the sea tower. I want to get food. I want to get food there too. I don't know. We'll put these suckers here. Again, these do count as explorers, so I can't put them out in the middle of nowhere. So I'll just put them there, and hopefully we can kill them. I'd rather surround Hanzo with some extra skeletons than Kaal, for sure. And at night, a gruesome wind howls from the west, bringing with it a foul stench that announces a wicked threat approaching. Place one horde at threat 4 in a howling white, not adjacent to a haven. So the first horde of the game is going to be the toughest one of the game, arguably. We have Oda, the Fallen. So Oda was once the Empire's greatest hope. Now he is its biggest threat. Oda gains 2 threats. So it's going to come in at threat 4. Not quite. It's going to be at threat 6. Oh, and you can't use archery against Oda. So that's super fun. Every other Horde and Legion gains 1 threat, so it's good we got Oda early. There are no other Horde or Legion. Oda's art is bananas. It's like literally like a skeleton head up there in like the craziest outfit ever. Yeah, it's pretty intense. And where does he have to go? Or he or it? I don't know. It has to go in the Howling White. Howling White is over here, which is good. I probably would prefer to try to take this dude down with the Crow anyway. And well, I'll just put it there. Yeah, that should work. Well, I want salt. Yeah, we'll make it work somehow. Over to the Fallen, you're over there. Because we're not doing much archery with the Crow anyway. And the good thing is they don't have archery against you. And archery against you can be super bad. So now we're going to place another Horde. Place a Horde at threat 4 on a sea tower. Empty if possible. This is the Coven of Yasat. Oh, it's really awful. Coven of Yasat. The Coven was patient before appearing in the midst of its enemies. Immediate nightmarish waltz. Each player must place 1 unused action point on this card. You do not regain them in the refresh phase, so we definitely need to defeat the Coven. Coven has a lightning bolt ability of flip all your feats and items before using any of them before damage once per combat. Well, once they're all flipped, it's not going to matter. I'll put the Coven down here, and I'll try to see if I can get Hanzo out that way. That's going to be super tough, though, to make this work. But we're going to try it anyway. Booyah, that is number 9. So not as hard of an enemy to defeat, but again, it's super annoying that they took all of our action points. That's that. So we've carried out our chapter card, and now we're going to go down. We're going to place 1 activation token on each Legion and Horde in play. Again, there's going to be 2 in round 4. So we'll put that there and there. We go down here. We go to the build phase. I'm going to draw 2 feats for Hanzo. Hanzo has the choice of Imperial Connections. Flip this to discard up to 3 items from the market and gain 1 salt per discarded item. That's a great way to get some salt. But I do prefer Rebel Marksman. Woof. Flip this, reroll any of your white dice. Oh, I want both of them. I want both of them. I want the salt to play for this, but I think the ability to reroll white dice is super strong. So I'm gonna do this. That might be bad, but I play bad. It's just what happens. So we're gonna go for Kaal. Kaal's actions are discard this to remove any of your units in 1 hex from the game. Destroy 1 skeleton or garrison for each of your removed units. And then we have the ability to upgrade his dice. Woof. I really like Deathsworn, but I think giving somebody, I'll get him some extra resources, and then I can get him some, this is really good though. It's so like a Crow move as well. But it is discarded. That means I can explore this. Well, I'm not probably fighting Oda anyway. I'm going to give Kaal the extra stat. And maybe they'll do some more of the questing. So this comes out of the game. We added magic. That's going to give me 3 more resources. I'm not going to take them right now. I'm going to see what I need during the build phase. It's just going to be easier for me to kind of keep track of things that way. So I'm just going to put a die with the number 3 on it. I have basically 3 wild resources of my choice. Now we're going to go into building. So building's right after that. So it's not like I'm going to get any new information, but it just saves me from having to figure it out in the moment. I'll figure it out as I build. Somehow they look. Oh, dude, just play with all 4 revealed. It's way better, just like in Titans. Just like for balance reasons, we also changed the number of starting skeletons. It's now always 3. Oh, interesting. So those gameplays, I'm talking to Pavel now. So Pavel's saying that they changed rules. So all 4 druids start revealed now. And then you change the starting number of skeletons. So we'll have 3 skeletons on the board as well. It's always 3. 1 per region. So 1 in the Howling White. I'm curious, the 4 druids, just reveal them all, but yeah, talk to me about the skeleton as well. I mean, are you applying? I mean, are those rules intended to be applied right away, or do you? I mean, because I'm inclined just to play the base game rules as written, but if those are like errata changes, then I'm happy to do that as well. Foggrave, Howling White, Screaming Sea. Yeah, I'm definitely happy to reveal that. I mean, this is. I didn't know there were rules changes. Pavel, you're killing me. Here's what I'll do. I'll play. Let's reach out to me, email me or something, or I'll email Dirk. I'll play with the base game rules as written now, and then I just don't want to. I don't like doing things on the fly that I haven't tried yet off camera. And then so these are the base game rules as written, but then next time I'll incorporate any rules changes into my next playthrough of Arch-Nemesis. I think that just make me feel a little bit better in going forward. Sure, you could do it just right away. It's more fun. It's definitely more fun that way. I mean, I definitely see that. It's not that much. It's a few tweaks. Cool. Yeah, I'm going to play a base game as written. But people take note, Pavel is one of the designers. There are some rules. What is it? Brews and Board Games. It's some game. You might have heard of it. Yeah, Brews and Board Games had their own channel. I think they did a playthrough yesterday. From what I understand, I did miss it. I'll have to check it out after this. Hopefully they have more luck with rolling dice than I do. And pulled out a victory. But yeah, so I'll email Dirk after this playthrough, and I'll get the lowdown on all rules tweaks, and I'll incorporate those rule tweaks in the next playthrough. That just makes it a lot better. Pavel says sure with a smiley face. So the smiley face, if I'm smiley faced approved, then I'm just gonna go forward. So we're gonna build some stuff. I definitely want a slaver because that's really important with Hanzo's little starting card here. So I'm going to spend the 3 food. Nope, not lied. I lied. 3 salt and 2 plunder. And we have our first slaver. Now I want to get some archers because I want to take advantage of this archery thing for sure, and I want to hold on to as much salt as possible. So how can I build this archery thing? I'm going to get some plunder back here, which is important because I am going to want to build a haven this round. So I'm going to spend 2 food. So these are the sellswords are basic warrior. Any 2 resources you can buy them. The hunters are basic warrior. Any 2 resources can buy them. The berserkers are an elite warrior that can be used during clash. Now the hunters can be used in clash and in ranged. The berserkers, it's not archery. The berserkers are only every other warrior I have can only be used in clash, which is melee in this game. The berserkers are 3 food and 2 salt, and the slaver is 3 salt and 2. Oh, come on. OBS disconnected, reconnecting. Oh, reconnected. All right, excellent. I can also spend 1 plunder to add a tower, or I can spend 1 plunder to add a wall. Those will add additional dice as we go forward. All right. So I'm going to spend a 2 plunder to get myself a hunter. I'm going to spend 2 food to say the hunter. I'm going to spend 2 plunder, get 1 plunder back to get myself another hunter, and then I'm going to spend. Hopefully I'll get 2 plunder this way. I'm going to spend 1 food and 1 plunder. So I have 2 food and 2 salt left, and that's going to give me a 3rd hunter. I'm going to try to do a lot in ranged, and I can ignore shields. And that will hopefully wipe out these skeletons and give me a good shot to wipe out the coven before it get my friggin' action points back, because that jerk. Hopefully that hex does not add another skeleton. If it reinforces there, we got a problem, because that would make it a horde, And, you know, I don't want a horde in my face, to be quite honest with you. So that's that. I've done all the building I want to do with the Mohyar. I'm going to butcher that all day long. So now I'm going to come over here and I'm going to build with my friends, the Crow. Can I get 2 Vargs out there? That seems like an extreme number of Vargs. But if I spend, because 2 Vargs gives me an orange die in ranged, and I'm not much of a ranged guy in general. I mean, do I look like a ranged guy? Not quite. I want to get myself dirty in the clash phase. So what am I going to do? I have 3 resources. I'll figure out how the heck I want to do that. But if I spend 6 salt and 4 food, that costs 1. That's going to be too much salt to get the Axe of the Giants, to be honest with you. That's too much salt. So if I spend, well, that's going to give me more salt back. Great. So if I spend 6 salt and 4 food, so I'm going to basically use those 7 resources, and then I have these 3 wild, that's going to give me 2 Vargs. Excellent. I'm going to spend 5 of these. I start with so much plunder. Again, one of the things that's interesting about the Crow is that their havens cost 3 plunder instead of 2. I think I'm gonna need to do at least 1 march action. If I put a haven there, Oda's gonna go there, which I don't love. I could come this way, put a haven there, and then I'll be able to face off against Oda next turn. We're skipping the archery round. I don't love these skeletons. Gonna be annoying if they activate at the absolute worst time. Is there something that adds units? Nope. That's interesting. All right, I'm just going to spend, I can get more food there. So I think that makes sense. I'm going to spend 2 food. I'm going to get 1 back, and I'm going to get 2 of my tribesmen. So you start with 6 tribesmen. Each tribesman costs 1 food, or my ranged guys, again, they roll a white die in both archery and clash. They cost 2 salt. Again, the Vargs cost 3 salt and 2 food, and then you have your troll, which costs you 5 food and 2 salt. So getting there and getting a haven there would be really helpful to get the troll out. The troll can be very, very, very strong. So I spent all the resources I want to spend with the Crow. I do have a fair amount of salt. I wonder if I just put a, no, I'm not going to put it, putting a tower. Yeah, putting a tower there now seems a little unnecessary, so I'll just hold off on that. So again, I can put a tower and a fence. So, Brews and Board Games, I did not have better luck with dice than you, my friend. Laugh out loud. Juan says, need to go. We'll watch later. Have fun. Good day. And then Pavel says, every extra always reinforced except for a handful of them. You have the expedition to the mainland to get more resources. Yes. Oh, yeah. That's good. If I'm going to sea tower, it's even better. So I'm going to try to, we'll see what happens over here with Hanzo. And I think with 3 archer dice that I can re-roll, the ability to ignore a shield, we might be able to have some luck. And then, well, we're better going off Legion, but, you know, it's not going to work out that way, I don't think. So we're going to go to Hanzo's turn. Hanzo's going to spend 1 of his action points to move. He's going to spend 1 of his action points to explore. So he's going to come over here, and we're probably going to see another horde. Now, the good thing about seeing another horde now is that it won't have an activation token on it, but again, we are going to want to try to kill it. So we get to the Thoya Stone Circle. Many fled beneath the roof of the mighty tree, embraced by the ancient. Gain 2 plunder. That's exactly what I needed. If empty, place 2 skeletons here. There are. It's not empty. We're going to reinforce there. So these 2 skeletons are going to become a horde. And the horde is the Lich Queen. The Lich Queen comes in at level 4, which matches this event card here. And immediate, she places a curse on her hex. That's not great, because I was hoping to build a haven there, people. But this will come in, so that means I can't build a haven there. It also means I wouldn't be able to explore there had it been unexplored, but at least we have a little bit more control of her. She should be pretty decent to take out. Now remember, the curse is going to wipe out any effects of the terrain. So the idea that you would reroll twice in a woods, well, that's no longer in place. So I'm not rerolling twice. So I have this, so I can reroll 3 that way. But it also means that she won't reroll at either. But it does mean, what's her thing? If she rolls a lightning bolt, every horde in play, including her, gains a threat. So she might be gaining threat, losing threat, gaining threat, and she could be super annoying. But again, I have a decent chance of kind of wiping her out. But I have to figure out where the heck I'm going to be able to build a haven this turn as the Moihar. You know, getting through the 5 horde early would definitely be super helpful. So I'm not that upset about that. Having 2 less skeletons like floating around also makes me a little happy. All right, so that's done. That is Hanzo's turn. The Explorer, the move did not end his turn, but the Explorer absolutely did. I'm going to have these 4 units on here with Call. Remember, there is a unit limit of 5. Your hero does not count as a unit. Curses also do not count as a unit, but they do mean that a hex is not empty for just the rules, how they come together. Oh, only helping. I really need to kill the Coven. I'm going to do a move action and an Explorer action with our friend Kaal. So he's exploring this hex over here. We're in Fernhala, drowning the ruins of the ancients. Grave of Robbers, a swamp of Fernhala. Gain 2 food. I have a die sticking to my arm. That's super fun. Put that there. So 2 food. If empty, place 2 garrisons here. Well, it's empty for sure, so we get 2 garrisons. So this is the first garrison is the base, the second garrison is the middle level, and they're going to go on top of each other. If empty, place 2 garrisons. If not, reinforce. Place 1 activation token on a Legion or Horde with the fewest tokens. That means the Lich Queen is going to actually get an activation token anyway. Hopefully we just wipe her out and she will be none of our concern. We are going to have to roll well. If this goes really badly, then I'll just restart because, you know, it's pretty early. So, by the way, we're in the activation phase. I should have moved that chapter tracker down. All right, so we're going to go back to Hanzo. Hanzo's like, well, here goes nothing, people. So we're going to command. We're going to spend a food. And then I can command all my units into here to have battle with the Lich Queen. Now remember, I can't use lightning bolts because they are in the way. There's a curse there because the curse is there, and that's about all I can do. So we're going to battle on that hex. Remember, it doesn't matter what the actual terrain was initially. The curse is there, prevents everything else. It just nullifies it. I'm going to roll my 3 white dice. 1, 2, and 3. And the Lich Queen is going to roll 2 white dice. So her 2, she rolls 2 blanks. She doesn't re-roll. I rolled a shield and a blank. I'm going to flip this to re-roll 2 of my white dice. Another 2 damage would be golden. Well, I'll take 1 extra damage. That was a shield and a hit. So 2 damage to the Lich Queen. She's down to 2 threat. And now we go to the first clash range of the battle. In clash, she's rolling 4 white dice. 1, 2, 3, and 4. She's rolling 1 yellow die. So those are her 5 dice. My dice, I'm rolling 1 red die and 3 white dice. So I'm going to actually need to have her roll first. And we'll figure it out. The good thing is, since I got her so low, she doesn't have a lightning bolt, so she will not be adding any threat to her or the others. That one fell out. She rolled 2 shields and 2 damage. I'm going to take her 2 shields. We just know that she has, that's a damage. We know that she has 2 shields. So I'll just take the blue dice to simulate that. Boom and boom. And then I'm going to roll my 3 dice and a red die. I rolled 2 damage and 3 shields. So I blocked her entirely. I'm going to spend a salt to ignore one of her shields. And since I ignored one of her shields, I get her down to 1. And now we go to the next battle, the next round of clash, I should say. And all she's rolling now is 4 white dice. I'll put the blues over here in case I need them again. And I'm going to roll 3 white dice and a red die. So the Lich Queen's 4 white dice. She rolls 1 hit. I'm going to take her losses, her misses, and take 2 of them. I'm rolling 3 white dice and a red die. I rolled 1 hit and no shields, so that's unfortunate. I would have liked a shield. But that 1 hit's enough to kill her. Thank you for playing, Lich Queen. That's 3 points for Hanzo. Unfortunately, that will be 2 points for them because I'm going to have to add this to the Chaos Graveyard. And that's a nice little start. We killed a horde. It was not the horde we wanted to kill, but... Well, the good thing about getting another horde out too is, remember when we had to add an activation token, what would have happened if we didn't have the Lich Queen out there, we would have had to add an activation token to one of the hordes that already existed, and that could have been super bad. But I wish I had a way to get that dude back. Lich Queen had a very brief cameo in our little game here, but now she is no longer. I need to get another Haven on the board. So I'm not sure I have the units to do it, and I also want to make sure my homeworld is somewhat protected in case the hordes activate. And I already used my feats, right? So I'm not going to really have a good shot at the Coven this turn. We're going to have to figure it out for next, for sure. Could explore there. We've got some options. None of them are fantastic. So I'm going to command with Kaal and spend a food. These guys are going to come in here. I'll put them on their side so you see what's happening. And I'll actually use this to indicate where a battle's taking place. We have 2 garrisons there. And any red dice are now going to become white dice. So Swamp's not the greatest place for me to battle, considering I have 2 Vargs that would normally roll red dice, and now they're rolling white. So we are going to have 1 ranged die, because the 2 Vargs there are going to give us a yellow die in archery, and we're up against 2 white dice because there are 2 garrisons there. 2 garrisons roll 2 white dice. So this hopefully doesn't go terribly for us. They just rolled 1 damage. I rolled 1 damage. So I'm going to lose 1 of my tribesmen. That's going to go in the Imperial graveyard. And we're going to take off the top garrison there. That's going to give the Crow 1 point. Again, you get 1 point per skeleton you kill and 1 point per garrison you kill. We now go to the clash phase. With 1 garrison, the Legion, the Imperials, are going to roll 1 white die and 1 blue die. I would normally roll 1 yellow die and 2 red dice, but again, the red dice become white dice, so I'm rolling 2 white dice and 1 yellow die. So we're rolling 2 dice for the Legion. It's 1 damage. I rolled 3 blanks. Oh my. That's such a good roll, guys. So I'm going to lose another 1 of my tribesmen. And now we're going to go to the next round of clash, a blue and a white. It's a damage. Hey, a damage and a shield. Perfect roll. That means I don't lose any of my Vargs. I get another point. And now I can put my 2 Vargs here on the Swamp of Fernhala. And this dude will go here. So these 2 whites are going to come back here. This comes back here. And that is the end of his turn. Checking the chat. You have this, right. Ryasi plays says hello from France with a hands and a heart symbol. Hello, Ryasi. Glad you could join us. What do I want to do with my boy Hanzo? Bleh. I want to do bleh. I want to get more food for sure. So I'm going to spend 1 action to move, 1 action to explore. And we're going to come in here. And we're going to flip this over. It is a Kaiushi's Tavern, a useful hive of vile bounty hunters. The Empire turned a blind eye to Kaiushi's Tavern. We're going to gain 3 food. This garrison was already there. If empty, place a garrison. If not, reinforce. It's another swamp, so again, red dice become white dice. Gain the 3 food. I have not done that yet. Now take a quest action for 0 action points with an additional blue die. If I fail, I ignore the failure effects. That's interesting. I wouldn't mind some walls, to be honest with you. That's resources, but extra walls, well, yeah, I'm going to roll for ramparts. So I get a blue die because of Kaiushi's Tavern. I get a purple die, and now I can take 3 white or 3 yellow or any combination thereof. Getting 1 shield would be super clutch. So I'm just going to take the 3 white. Now, I just need 1 shield, 4 skulls, or 2 lightning bolts. The 2 lightning bolts can only come from the purple die, so I have a 1 in 6 chance of getting that with the purple die. All of these dice have shields. I just need 1 shield to succeed, and this is a 1+ quest, so I just am kind of gambling for that. Or I could stumble into 4 skulls. Again, if I was just chasing skulls, the yellow dice are a better bet. The yellow dice have, 2/3 of the time will be a skull, but the white dice 1/3 of the time will be a shield, and I'm rolling 3 white dice. So if odds play out the right way, I'll get at least 1 shield. And we got 2 shield and 1 skull. So again, gambling for shields worked. So we're going to have completed this. This was not an action because this is Kaiushi's Tavern told me I could do this. Since I solved with the shield, I add a wall on any haven. I only have 1 haven. And I get to keep this card. On Archery and Clash, I can remove a wall or a tower instead of a unit. And that's super nice. I think the here there is misleading. I think that's just basically a power that I have no matter where I am. Instead of I don't think the here is a very helpful concept. So I'm just going to put these under my skills because the only thing that matters now is the bottom of this card, which is fantastic. So this comes off, these come off. And that's the end of Hanzo's turn. Again, I'm losing an action point because they're sitting on the Coven, so I'm going to want to get that back for sure. I'm going to do a build Haven action with Ka'al. That's going to cost me 3 plunder instead of the normal 2 because the Crow faction is a little unique. I mean, I'm wondering if there's any way I can defeat those 2 garrisons. I have another salt, but if I can defeat those 2 garrisons and I can build a haven with Hanzo, I'd feel a lot better. But having a haven right that close to the capital is a little rough. And the other thing too is I probably won't have any units left to go back and defend Winterholm against that skeleton should it activate. And there are I think it's like 2 of 7 Chapter 2 events would definitely activate the skeletons. So that could be a little rough. I destroy. Oh, well, if my slaver survives this battle, I can put a unit on Winterholm with the Slavers card. So I think that's a worthwhile gamble. I'm going to play a command with a food, and we're going to command my 3 units into Kaiushi's Tavern, and hopefully my slavers survive, because that would be a really nice result for me. We're going to go to the archery phase. I'm rolling 2 white dice. The 2 garrisons there are rolling 2 white dice. Remember, it started with 1 garrison, then it reinforced. They rolled blank blank. I rolled 2 damage. My archers ate their Wheaties this morning, so that's 2 points for Hanzo. And we have taken over Kaiushi's Tavern, and it will give me a place to build a haven. And though, again, I'm going to have a hard time defending it from the garrisons, from the legions that come out of the capital in the future. But at least I'll have a haven on the board. So that was a very lucky roll. If that was reversed, we would be in some trouble. But it wasn't, people. So then after combat, if I have +1 slavers there, I do, and I destroyed a legion or a garrison. I did. I get to place a basic unit on any haven. So I'm going to place a basic archer, a hunter on Winterhome. Oh, additionally, after combat here with the 2 garrisons, since I have 1 unit survived, I get 2 resources. The resources I want to take are salt, plunder. I'm gonna get food from there. I get a lot of food from there. I only got 1 plunder. I will take 2 salt. Do I want salt? Or food? Food's probably good. I don't know. What do I want? If I want to build the trolls, I best get some food. If I want to build the troll, I should get some food. I do want to build a troll because it's a troll. Who wouldn't want to build a troll? I'm going to take a food and a salt in case I get that market. I can also try to do that quest. Get a bunch of resources that way. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Hanzo is literally just going to build a haven. So I gotta figure out what the heck I'm doing with Kaal. I put Kaal all the way over here. Oh, but that's connected to every hex. That's strong. Very plunder poor. But if I do that, I can get a bunch of plunder. That's all very exciting, people. So I'm going to move and quest. Move and quest. Do I explore? Maybe I don't buy the Abad Warpaint. Oh, he will cost 1 less. Yeah, things in the sea tower cost 1 less. So I'm going to move and explore. We're going to flip over the unexplored sea tower. It has a wall. So when you have something that has a wall, you can basically put the walls however you want, and you want to put them in a place that are most advantageous to you. This one says units and heroes here are adjacent to any hex. They all say that. If your hero is here, pay 1 less salt for any items in the market. The Empire store value in the smuggler scum festering at Dawnguard. We're going to remove any skeletons here, place 2 garrisons here. I don't hate that. We're going to gain 2 salt right off the bat. And we place... it does mean I could buy that. And we're going to place 2 garrisons. I'm just not going to be that food rich. I'm looking at this tile, but I just don't know if I'm going to have the food to make that super realistic. But it's really good. And we're going to add the 2 garrisons into Dawnguard. Now, if I could build a haven on Dawnguard, the nice thing is that haven will not only be worth the resources it would give me during the in between the rounds, which would be 2 salt, I would also get an additional point, and that could definitely add up and do some cool things. All right, that is Kaal's turn. Hanzo is going to get his haven out. He's spending 2 plunder. Again, his only costs 2, like most factions. It's only the crow that costs 3. Which is done, and now we're going to go over to Kaal. I have some options. I can get a bunch of resources, which is probably the smart play. I could try to get that, because I can afford it. It costs 4 normally, but it only costs 3 now if I spend all that salt, but that's a lot of salt to spend. I could take that for 0, just an action point. Or I just quest and get a bunch of resources. Ooh, but I'm leaving pack unguarded. I don't like that. So option 3, I just command and get my 2 Vargs back to pack Glandrus. I think I'd do that. I'm just going to play it safe. If those skeletons are activated, I'm going to be very unhappy. So I'm going to put both these dudes here by commanding them to go back home. So My hero does not have to be in place for my Varg's feat to work, so I will have a yellow die to roll against the skeleton should it be activated. All right, so both my homes are protected in case the skeleton activates. The other two skeletons that were added to the board became a horde. I defeated the horde. There's still a curse on the board there I'll have to deal with, but ultimately I feel like with only 7 action points, that was a decent turn. I would have liked to have done this. I would have liked to bought something from the market, but I got some havens out. I'm going to get a bunch more resources. Hopefully I can take more advantage of that next turn, but obviously I also need the Coven to die. So that's a little bit easier to do. So we're going to go to the Nemesis phase. We're going to activate each Legion and Horde on the board in order. So numerical order, the Coven of Yasat is going to activate. When it activates, it puts a curse down and then moves. It's going to have a battle now. So the order it moves, it will never move further from the capital. So it will never move back there. If there was a haven adjacent to it, it would attack it. If there's without a haven adjacent to it, it's going to look for a place that has enemies. Well, what's its enemy? Our units would be its enemy, even if there wasn't a haven there. But also, remember, the chaos is against the legions. So this is also its enemy. It's going to go to the place with the fewest enemies as its next priority. It's going to come in here. So we're going to have a battle in this unexplored hex. It's going to be the Coven is going to be rolling 3 yellow dice, or 2 yellow dice. It's like 3, it's just 1 less. So 2 yellow dice against the 1 white die here. I wouldn't mind the Coven losing health. Nope, we blanked, and 2 damage. So the Coven defeated this garrison. That's going to go in the Chaos Graveyard. They don't score the points immediately. They'll score that at the in between the rounds, and now he is the proud, he's going to exist on that hex for a second. Now his next priority is absolutely going to come and attack me over here, and it doesn't roll any red dice. Well, it would roll 1, but turning his red dice into white dice isn't the greatest strategy against the Coven. So, or her strategy? Probably a her. I don't know. Looks like the Predator. One of those two. Production phase. Oh, I still have to activate this dude. So the Ode of the Fall is going to put a curse on her spot. And I could move her. Again, there's no enemies around her. And she is an empty hex here. She has an empty hex here. She'll just come here. And that's fine. And we'll absolutely try to kill my Haven on the next turn. So either way I put it, it's going to try to kill my Haven. Might as well put it there. Oh, and when I commanded, since I am adjacent to all hexes here, I would have commanded my hero back here as well, because if I do have a battle, I can get extra resources with pillage. So that's pretty strong. So remember, the salt towers are connected to everywhere. We're going to get resources based on total hexes. So I'm going to do all the resources things together. So you can get resources 1 based on total hexes, and then resources based on all hexes where you have a haven. So for the Moihar, we have 2, 2, 2. So 2 salt, 2 plunder, 2 food, plus 1 each because of our home world. So 3, 3, 3 plus 2 food. So that's going to be 3, 3, 5. So 3 salt, 3 plunder, 3 food, or 5 food. It's like 3, it's just 2 more. We now go to Ka'al. Ka'al is going to do the following. Ka'al is going to take he's going to have 1, 1, 4. Gets a ton of food. It's going to be 1, 1, 6, and then 2, 2, 7. So we're going to get 2 salt, 2 plunder, and 7 food. So very, very food rich. It would have been nice to get that Axe of the Giants. It just wasn't meant to be. We go to the scoring phase. The Empire is going to score 1 point for each hex that has at least 1 garrison on it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the Empire goes from 0 to 6. They're going to score 1 point per legion in play. That's 0, so they stay at 6. And then they get 2 points for each type of unit in their graveyard. There are 2 Crow units in there. That's just going to be 2 points total, so they get 8 points for the first round. The Chaos is going to score 1 point for every curse in play. There are 6, so they go from 5. Nope, that's me. They go from 0 to 6. Green and yellow look alike, I guess. They get 1 point for every horde in play. That's 2, and then they're going to get 2 points for each type. So me losing that 1 dude was unfortunate. They get 2 points for me being the Moyar, and they're going to get 2 points for the garrison they defeated, so they're up to 12. We now go to this, return all units from the graveyards. I do that as I score, just feels a little bit more natural to me, and then the players are going to score. The Moyar are going to score 4 points because they have 2 havens on the board, so they go from 5 to 9. They're going to get 1 additional point because their homeworld gives them an additional point. And the Crow are going to do the same thing, 2 to 6, and then +1 because the additional point on their homeworld. That's the end of Chapter 1. We're going to go to Chapter 2. Woo! What's going on here? Not yet. Could you later give us your thoughts on this game? Yeah, I've definitely done that in my first playthrough, and there was a lot of conversation at the beginning of this one. But yeah, I usually do a pretty decent synopsis. Juan Miguel says, "Damn, 3 blanks." Yep. Pavel says, "Remember to use Kala's pillage." Thank you very much, sir. I did remember. We got there. Is there an official errata with the small rule tweaks? Not yet, says Pavel. I mean, it's literally just those 2 things: 3 starting skeletons, all druids start revealed, as far as I remember. Adam says, for the 3 starting skeletons, can you place them anywhere in each region? Pablo says every haven needs to have 1 addition to it. The remaining 1 in a 2-player game can go anywhere. Okay, thanks. Adam, what was the reasoning for adding the 3rd skeleton? It just makes a 2-player game a little easier, while it makes a 4-player game a little harder. Oh, yeah. And the easier makes sense to me because it gives you more places to add skeletons with other skeletons. Yeah, I think that's a really nice change. I really appreciate that. I could see less chances of getting a horde early on in the game by adding more skeletons for the game effects. Pablo says, yeah, that's exactly it. You get 1 extra skeleton placed with other skeletons. Hey, look at that. Sometimes I know what I'm talking about. And then Pablo, since you have only 16 action points in a 2-player game, you felt you needed to have a little bit less pressure on you. While in a 4-player game, you have 32 action points. Awesome. All amazing stuff. It's so awesome to have a designer in the chat like giving insights like that, for sure. All right, regaining the 8 action points, except there's only 7 because that's stupid COVID. So I'm going to put them on top of my hero card on both sides. This is going to come down, deal 3 new items. So all these wonderful items go away. Unfortunately, was not able to take advantage of being in the thing. Oh, man, I got to figure out how I want to do this. Bam. We got the Zetrix Leaves. Discard this to add any 1 die to any player's roll outside of combat. We get the Nether Sea map. Your hero is considered adjacent to any hex. That we need 1 magic for that, so I could get that with both these guys. That could be really strong. And then we have the Whip of Thorns. Pay 2 food during clash to gain a damage and a shield once per round. And I am very food rich, so that's super enticing. We're now going to deal 3 new quests. So all the quests here go away. There are quests that say do not discard in the middle of the round, but none of these have that warning. So we're going to have these quests go away. I'll just put them upside down this way. The 3 new quests are going to be the Mad Crow Shaman. That sounds like something that Ka'al is going to like. It took weeks to find Dugbuz's teacher. Dugbuz's the other hero for the Crow. The unnerving madman was a key to seal a pact in blood with the Death Sworn. So 4 skulls, 1 shield, 2 lightning bolts. Choose any hex, remove any skeletons here, discard this quest. If your hero's on a hex with enemy units, you add a yellow die. The second quest available to us for this round is going to be the Druid Sacrifice, 3/1/1. You need to have 2 to succeed. Choose a hex with a curse, remove that curse, discard this quest. That is very tempting, but if you fail, the chaos gets 2 points and the quest is discarded. So you basically have 1 shot at it, and you have to try it on a hex with a curse to get the extra yellow that is offered there. And then the last quest available to us this round is a deal with demons. By the old gods, he's not suggesting that. So 4/1/2, if you for every 1 you succeed at, you lose a point. But why is that strong? We'll place a horde in play on any hex, discard this quest. It basically gives you a horde, put it in a place that is most advantageous to you. That's really strong. It's like the Bloodworm, which turns all red dice into white. If you get that on a swamp, so much better. All right, event dice. Add 2 threat to all legions in play. Coven's going to get up to 6. Oda's going to get to 7. She's maxed out, so the Chaos just gets a point because she cannot get up to 8. The case is up to 13 points. Oda's looking super scurry. First player token is going to move over here. Should have done that already. And now Ka'al's going to draw this event and activate it. Ah, yes. And read it. And skeletons are activating. Makes me feel a lot better. about making sure I protected my homeworld. Hopefully that works out well for me. The creeping chaos extends its tentacles in unseen ways into the feats of the mortals. Every player draws 1 feat and then discards a feat. So, Tome Raiders, when you use a trade action, gain an additional salt. You may trade with heroes in adjacent hexes. I do not want that feat. I'm going to cycle that to the bottom. So that's the one I'm going to discard. I like the 3 feats I already have with Hanzo better. And Kaal would be another resource grab and stat builder. I don't want to discard any of these suckers, so we're just going to cycle that. So it's good to cycle some feats I don't want. So that is additional. It's a helpful thing to happen because now I'm going to look at 2 other feats, and it will help get me to a feat that I really do want. And while many survivors are being driven insane, the Empire is trying to restore order with brutal force. Place 2 legions at threat 5 on the capital. So I'll do this one at a time. So the first legion, we have to we have to figure out where its target's going to go. The Executioner, the ageless child, let her resurrected dolls do the dirty work. Immediate command and play. Place her target. Every player places 1 elite unit from play or the reserve in the Imperial graveyard. I'm going to place the Vargs and the Berserker in the Imperial graveyard. Now it's basically a 4-point grab for them, so that's a little rough. Oh, I should have revealed the Druid card. And then the Mountain Heart, Archery and Clash, ignore all, there's a word, skulls, showing on 1 die your enemy rolled before damage once per round. So that's the new Druid card. If there's a target where the execution is, she gains a purple die in Clash. She's going to come into play with 5 threat, and that's big card tells us to, but also, again, it's 5 threat, the bottom left of this chapter. So kind of both of those will be consistent. And I have to place her target. How much do I not like you? She doesn't roll a lot of red dice. Bleh. I'm going to put her target. She's not great. She's not awful. I have Oda over here, which is a problem. I have to, well, she'd put her target there, which is the least defended for the Mohar. I'm having a really hard time with this word. I'll put her, I mean, I could do so much worse, right? That's the problem. But I could do better too. So I'm going to put the Executioner over there. Her target here, she's going to the least defended haven for the Crow. And then she's going to go into play at the capital. Where are you, you little girl with your dolls who makes my life really rough? All right, she goes there. The next Legion, threat 5, it's the Imperial Guard. Ooh, he gains +1 in Badlands. He comes in with 5. He has a ton of dice, and he is a shield monster. Place its target. I don't have a choice. Every faction can only have 1 target, so the Imperial Guard's target is going to go there. I could not put it over here, and nothing over here allows me to remove targets. Activation tokens is what I should saying. Nothing up there lets me remove. Ooh, we got some problems. All right, place 1 garrison on every hex with a garrison except the capital. So that means we have a level 3 garrison over here in Dawn Guard. This is its immediate effect. You've got to do the immediate effects as they come out. And every one of these hexes now is going to have 2 garrisons instead of 1. 1, 2, 1, 2. Is there a place? He comes in at number 12. There's a. If I kill, nope, never mind. Not gonna work. I was wondering if there's a way I could have them fight if I got these out of here, but Cobham's gonna go this way. Cobham's activating first. I never removed their activation tokens from last round, but I definitely did the activations, so that's done. Now we're placing new activations. Oh wait, I still have to do the rest of this. Place 1 skeleton adjacent to a haven. On a place with a curse if possible. Who do I trust more? I don't have a tower there, so that's super rough. but he is rolling an archery die. I could flip this to do it again, but I'm only going to get a damage 1 out of 3 times, so it's easy to roll twice and still miss. Woof. This will give me a yellow die and 2 reds. I think I do this. And now I activate all skeletons. All right, so this skeleton is going to activate over here. We're going to do the battle with the Moyar first. So it is 1v1. I do have a haven there. I don't have a tower, though. I just got the wall. So I'm going to roll my white dice. The skeletons have no ranged dice. I'll put this over here. I know I'm activating all skeletons. So rolling the 1 white die, and I rolled a shield. It's dangerous. I can take the wall out instead of a unit. I'm going to go to clash. As I have a wall there, I gain a blue die, and we're up against just a red die. So rolling 1 damage, 2 shield. So I roll again. Nothing. 1 damage, 2 damage. So that was a successful battle. We get a point for the Moyar, and my little happy hunter is going to be like, look, we did it. Mom, we did it. No hands. All right, these guys are going to activate. They're going to activate the same priorities as the hordes. So again, that's why they go right to our havens. So these two and these two are having a battle here. I do not have a wall. I do not have a tower, but I only can roll 1 ranged die anyway, even if I had a tower. And that's going to be yellow. The only reason I have that is, again, because of this starting skill. In archery, I have 2 vargs. I get to roll a yellow die. Please give me a hit. There we go. So one of these skeletons is dead. We get a point as the crow. And now we go to the clash round. I'm going to get 2 red dice against 1 red die, because there's 1 remaining skeleton. Blank, dead, and a lightning bolt. Excellent. So what can I do? I'm going to kill the skeleton. Skeleton is dead, another point, and then I'm going to use the lightning bolt ability of the faceless one to make the chaos lose a point. Again, there's only 1 out of 6 die faces on the red, gives you a lightning bolt. If the skeleton rolls a lightning bolt, they add another skeleton after damage, which can be cool. Like, you can just basically churn through skeletons as long as you're not losing your units fast. And now that was a combat. I have 1 unit there after the fact, so I get 2 resources. What resource am I lacking? No, not much, really. I'm gonna take... I'll take plunder. So I'm gonna put in a 1-er and get a 3-er. Excellent. So skeleton activation did not destroy me the way it did the last playthrough, where I lost a haven in like right at the same moment in time. It was pretty terrible. All right, we go to this part of the chapter track. We're going to add activation tokens to all of these suckers. So 1 on the Coven, 1 on Oda, 1 on the Imperial Guard, 1 on the Executioner. And now we go to the build phase. I draw 2 feats for Hanzo. His choices, I can put this back. His choices are Crossfire. If you have 2 hunters. In archery, you gain a blue die. I'm probably going to take this. After combat, if you destroyed all Imperial units, you gain an item from the market that you can use. Nope, we're going to get the extra blue die in archery and just become a archery beast. I tell you, this other one cycles to the bottom of my deck. Ka'al's feats. Clash, discard this to roll the dice for units that were destroyed here this round after damage on your hero's hex. Oh, yes, please. Bloodlust. I feel some bloodlust. And discard this again. 1 item from the market. Discard this to gain 1 item from the market. Discard. Oh, 1 item from the market. Discard? Oh, jeez. So my options are Clash, or I get... So it has to be from the market. Discard. I don't think I read that full. Or I get this, which normally would cost me 4. And I can just pay a food to get an extra damage. Yes. Yeah, we're taking this. And in the action phase, I could discard it. I'm just going to do it now. But technically, you can't do that to the action phase, but I know exactly what I want. So I want this one, which would have cost me 4 salt, and now cost me free. It cost me 0 salt. That's a great item for me. I'm going to be very rich in food. So, you know, no reason not to get that one, I think. I mean, I'm not going to be stellarly rich in food, but every, you know, I'll give 5 there. I'm going to get 7 food around. I'm not going to, once all my Vargs are on the board and my troll, like, I'm not going to be spending a lot for food. Oda's going to be super nasty, though. I'm going to let Oda come to me. I have no real reason not to. So in the build phase, I'm going to build a tower and a wall. I mean, the reason not to, I guess, would be to prevent her from putting another curse out. But at this point, the curses are what they are. Hopefully, I can do this round and get rid of it that way. The Coven's going to be annoying. And the Executioner, again, having a Haven right next to the capital is always dangerous. I was hoping to put a Haven there last round. And then once the curse got added there because of the Lich Queen, it kind of made me go a different direction. But that's why that's there. I only have 3 plunder. I can get more plunder there, more plunder there. I think I spend 2 of it. We're in the build phase now. I'm spending 2 of it to get a wall and a tower. Oh, I never put the Imperial Guard in play. Where are you, you little jerky jerk? He's there. Wall and a tower here. Boom. Like so. Putting more slavers there is not great because reds are going to become whites. So that's silly. It's just some straight up silliness. Imperial Guard, if she rolls a lightning bolt, remove your most expensive unit from play. Remove suspended unit from play or the reserve from the game. That's not great. And if there's a target there, the target is over here. Executioner is coming this way and then that way. Interesting. Imperial Guard's going that way. His thing is just to shield if he rolls a lightning bolt. I want to get my last archer for sure. My cell swords are interesting. My berserker is interesting. I need to build somewhere. I could try to build here. Berserker. I'm going to spend 3 food. My slaver I'm just going to move over there, I think. So if I spend 3 food, I'll spend 2 food to get my last hunter out. I spent 3 food and 2 salt. So I put in a 3. I got 3. I'm going to spend 3 food and 2 salt to get a berserker out. Then you look with 5 in the location. Do I want to get a cell sword out? $200 gives me an extra blue and archery. I still have this. Think I chill. I'm not sure. I'll start getting cell swords outs with having a slaver in play. So I'll put both of these dudes here. I like that. We go to the build phase for Kaal. Kaal spending 2 to get a tower and a wall on its home hex. Tower wall. I'm going to spend 5 food and 2 salt to get a troll. And I don't want archery at all. I'm going to spend 2 more food. So I'm going to put this 3 in to get 3 food back. Spend 2 more food to get 2 of these guys. Oh yeah. Don't bother then, says Racy. I'm going to check your previous playthrough. You can also drop a horde on a legion with the deal with demons. Oh. Oh, yeah. That's awesome. We know those woods. I forgot the rebuild on archery. Yeah, thank you. Man, fighting skills with archer is always nerve-wracking. Gravedigger has been the best in forever. Love that feat. Oh, yeah. That was a really good timing for me. Really enjoyed making elaborate plans, only to watch them be completely ruined almost immediately. Woo, more Uprising content. Pavel says, hey, Brandon. Brandon says, I'm late to the party, just got to work. Greg is maybe a bit behind on killing things, but he also has got 2 red skull events in a row. That's pretty rough. That's, how I roll. All right, so I have 5 units there. The question is, do I want another unit? Your heroes considered adjacent to any hex is nice. I don't want to spend any more food. I want to get more food. I can not get more food there. I still have that clash thing. I'm not sure what I want to do this round. It's the problem. That is the problem. All right, I'm going to spend these 2 salt to get a basic archer. Oh, I will get more resources after combat. That's always a thing. And I'm probably going to need food at that point. I'm wondering if I gamble and I try to kill everything in Dawn Guard. But if it doesn't work, that could be ugly. I really need to defend my home hex. It's like building a haven only to have it destroyed is one of the worst experiences. So there are no skeletons on the board, so that's not a thing. Removing a curse is still interesting. Place a horde on any hex. If I drop a horde on the capital, it'd be interesting. You just put the coven on there. If I go against if I go against the coven and it rolls a lightning bolt, I lose all my feats. That makes me unhappy. That makes me unhappy. So if I just drop it in the capital, I think that's the only way I'm getting around this. I'm already gonna have to deal with the Imperial card, and I'm worried about fighting both the Coven, especially if it's gonna make me discard my feats. You'll notice I do have some writing on some of the cards over here. These were basically errata just to clarify some of the abilities. But if the Coven goes in here and dies, I give extra points to the Legion. I don't really care about that. And I get my action points back. So what I would just need 4, 1, or 2. Best bet to get the 4 was going to be with Kaal. But the best bet to get the 1 is going to be with Hanzo. I just don't want to lose too many points. Hanzo is in a lead, though, so if Hanzo loses points, I don't really care about that. What's the Coven? 4 points of destroyed. All right, I think I leave this as is. Again, so I said a 5 and a 2 to get the troll out. I spent 2 more to get 2 more tribesmen, and I spent 2 salt to get myself an archer. I think I can defend against Oda. Yeah, do that. Go there. If this is a wall, that'd be absolutely ideal. If that hex has a wall, that would be amazing. All right, I think we're good. We're gonna have to make it work, kids. We'll see. I love like the puzzle nature of like the resource management and all that stuff. It's super fun at this part of the game. So Kaal, what are you gonna do, kid? I don't think I need any of those. I do want to get some more food. But I think we're fine. I'm going to spend a move and an explore to get to this hex here with these 2 garrisons. It is woods. Units and heroes here are adjacent to any sea tower. It's not great. Stronghold of the Druids, a gloomy breeze caressed in the ruins. In the Netherwood, gain 2 resources. I'm going to gain 2 food. Food's going to be important in Clash. Choose a player to roll a hero dice. If I get 4 skulls, I get 2 resources. If I get 2 shields, every player draws a feat. If I get 2 lightning bolts, every player gains a point. If I fail everything, I place a horde there and only here. I think I roll with my dice. Getting 4 skulls should be rather doable. And if not, hopefully I stumble into 2 lightning bolts. So I'm rolling 3. Yeah, I have an extra die. I have 1 more die than Hanzo. So I'm going to have 3 red dice, 1 purple die, and 1 blue die. So rolling my 5 dice, I need 4, 2, or 2. Don't fail me now. Woof. Okay, I got the 2 lightning bolts. Purple comes in strong. So 1 point for each player. So red gets up to 10, yellow gets up to 12. And since I succeeded, we don't have to place the horde. And this is one of the few places that does not reinforce. So that makes that a bit more realistic to kill. It is a forest, so we will have rerolls during archery, which I forgot about last round, but still killed everything without losing my unit, so that was totally fine. All right, we are now going to wait. We're in action phase, so I should have moved that down. That's the end of Kaal's turn. I do think I do this deal with demons, but I'm going to move and explore first. And we're going to see this place. There we go. Some beautiful, beautiful shields. Oh, it's going to be garrisons too. That's nuts. So hermits and madmen gathered in the eternal twilight of Dunkelholm. I'm going to assume that everything here is going to be dead. So I'm actually going to put that there. And here's why I'm doing that. Because I'm going to remove any skeletons there. There are no. Well, first I gain 2 plunder. 2 plunder for Hanzo. Plunder for Hanzo. Remove any skeletons. There are none. I place 2 garrison. Each player draws 1 feat, then discards a feat. So two garrisons are getting placed, and that immediately is going to initiate a combat with the Coven. So before I forget, I'm going to do the rest of this now. We're going to have a battle here. Booyah. I'm going to draw a feat for Hanzo. It is one of his, it could upgrade his skills. I do not want to get rid of any of these, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to discard that very feat. Kaal. Clash of the Troll was destroyed. I can roll a black die. I prefer the feats I have, so we're going to discard that. I think the 1 magic, it's worth holding on to that. You saw how that was really huge in the last test I just did, and now we're going to have a combat. So in the archery round, the Covenant Yasad at level 3 is rolling 3 yellow dice, and it's going against 2 white dice. It is in a forest, so in a woods, so they're re-rolling up to 2 blanks. So no blanks for the Legion. So 2 damage to the Coven. So the Coven is down to 4. And it's going to be 1 damage, 3 damage minus 1 shield, 2 damage to the Legion. These are going to go in the Chaos Graveyard. The Coven has defeated those guys. Oh, he can't move. Well, that's fine. I can put him wherever the heck I want. So that will work. Anyway. Done and done. And then I already did the rest of what was on that card. Coven, you going down. Yeah, I just can't risk him flipping all of my freaking skills, man. Just not great. Remember, your hero can go across walls, your units can't. Just important things to remember. I also would like to remove that curse. Now, again, on curse, you can't use lightning bolts, but if you're on a place with a curse doing a quest, you can use lightning bolts for that. So it's really, if you're in a place with a curse, you can't use lightning bolts during combat, but you can use lightning bolts for other purposes, like when you're rolling your hero dice. So it's an important clarification there. That's it. We're going to go back to Kyle. Kyle's going to try to kill these two garrisons, I think. I do wish there was a wall there. Oh, there's not. There's not. If I build a haven there, the executioner is just going to wipe that sucker out. If I build a haven here, Oda's going to go there instead of there. So neither of those are ideal. Yeah, I can't deal with the executioner this round and Oda. I wanted a wall. I did not get it. I could potentially try to kill these guys. They're connected to that, kind of kill those guys, and then come back here and be ready for Oda. Because if I go there, I can potentially build a haven on Dawn Guard, which would be super nice. Well, if I don't lose any units, it might be worth a shot. So let's do it. I'm going to do a command action. I'm going to spend 1 food. The problem is I'm going to lose a lot of food, but again, I'm going to be able to, after combat, get resources back. So I'm going to command my 2 Vargs, this range dude, and I'm going to take some fodder. I'm going to take 2 of my tribesmen, and we're having a battle in Netherwood. The garrisons are rolling 2 white dice. I'm rolling a yellow because I have 2 Vargs there, and a white because I have one of my Deadeyes. They roll 2 blanks. They're going to re-roll. They rolled a blank and a shield, so that's not awful. I rolled a damage and a shield, so no damage to them, no damage to me. We move on to the first clash round. I'm going to get 2 reds. Oh, I could re-roll. I rolled a damage and a shield. I could re-roll the shield. They did not do any damage to me. Let's see if I get a damage on that die. I didn't. So yeah, no damage at all. Again, I was in the woods again, forgetting my re-rolls, because I do that sometimes. I get 2 reds. We're not on the swamp anymore. I get 2 yellows and a white. Remember, the archery thing, 2 Vargs give you a yellow. That's only for archery. That's not for clash. And I could also spend a food to get a damage if I want. What are we rolling against? Well, the 2 garrisons are going to give us a blue, a white, and 2 yellow. We'll roll for them first. 2 damage over here, 4 damage. 2 damage isn't fantastic. Does mean I'm probably be a little bit too ambitious to try to do my initial goal. Wish I bought another tribesman, but we get 2 damage here. That's going to go in the Imperial graveyard. These go out 2 more points. They go from 10 to 12. And the Netherwood is free for business. But yeah, not going to really be able to do much else. Do not want to build a garrison there. Do a haven there because it's going to get wiped the heck out. So we'll be a little slower on our development with the crow than is ideal. But these come back. 2 yellows, 2 yellows. Remember, I do try to keep all my dice pretty orderly as I play. I just find it makes the game a lot smoother as you go by just kind of keeping a track of that. So I got those 2 points. Those 2 garrisons are dead. Now the executioner will put another garrison there as she advances over the next 2 rounds, but it's nice to she's going over here. Interesting. So she's going here. In theory, I could try to build a haven there, but that's going to be iffy. It's going to be really iffy. All right, so we go to Hanzo's turn. Hanzo is going to quest. He's going to try to make a deal with demons because what else would you do? Well, first he's going to move. And then he's going to quest. Nope, he's not going to move yet. He's just going to quest. So he's doing a deal with demons. He's rolling his dice. He gets an extra yellow die because there's a horde. Nope, I lied. Not that one. He gets an extra blue die because there's a horde there. He's going to roll. He just needs 1 shield. So I'm going to roll 3 whites, and then we're going to roll this purple. I just want 1 shield. 1/3 of all 4 of these dice will give me 1 shield. I kind of just want to succeed on 1. We don't want to overdo it. You overdo it, that's a good way to lose a lot of points for this endeavor. Please give me a shield. All right, 1 shield and 2 lightning bolts. So the purple die comes in big again, but that does mean I lose 2 points this way. But we have solved this. I place a horde on any hex, discard this quest. So this quest is discarded, and I'm going to take this horde and put it in the capital. That's crazy. So now they're going to have a battle. So we're going to have the Coven is going to go against the garrisons first. So I'm going to put the Coven over here. Then we will deal with the legions, and they will attack the Imperial Guard before the Executioner, which is fine. But, you know, he still has to get past these 3 garrisons, and 3 garrisons is no joke. So the Coven is rolling 2 yellow dice against 3 white dice in the archery phase. That's a shield and 2 damage. That's 2 damage, no shield. So Coven is down to 2. He destroys 2 of these garrisons. They just go in the Chaos Graveyard. Nope. He destroys 1 of these garrisons. They go in the Chaos Graveyard. Excellent. Next is going to be the clash phase. So the first clash phase is there are 2 garrisons left. We're going to have a blue, 2 yellow, and a white. And the Coven's down to level 2, so it is a purple, a blue, and a white. We're going to roll these 2 yellows and come off the board. Rolling for the 2 garrisons, that's 2 damage. Rolling for these guys, 2 damage. So kills all the garrisons. So there are no garrisons left. It'll be great because when they go to reinforce there, it'll be less likely to add garrisons all over the planet. And the Coven has a shield as well. So he only takes 1 damage. He's down to 1. And the garrisons are gone. All right, so at level 1, we now go back to a battle. It's going to be him versus the Imperial Guard. It's not on a Badlands, so that doesn't trigger. Again, if the Imperial Guard gets a red die and ranged in archery on a Badlands. The Coven is going to do its archery roll, which is just 1 yellow die, and the Imperial Guard's archery roll is a blue and 2 whites. Blue and 2 whites. They're in archery. Ooh, 2 damage and 1 damage. So the Imperial Guard is down 1, but which is helpful, actually, very helpful, and the Coven is out. We get our action points back because the dude was defeated, but the Legion gets 4 points. They go from 8 to 12. 12 is a popular number. This dude comes out. This activation leaves the board, and we are down to 3 hordes left in the game, which I very much don't mind. Out and out. So again, this was all Hanzo's turn because he did that deal with demons. That was very nice turn of events, and that was the Imperial Guard that finished off our friend the Coven. We're now going to go to Ka'al's turn. Ka'al is still a little lost and confused and sad. We're going to do a move and explore and see what's going on over here. Flip this over, get some salt. So, plagued by storms, bothered in dark twilight, black ice gives us 3 salt. See what I want to buy from the market. If empty, place 1 skeleton. If not, reinforce. It is not empty, so we're getting a 3rd thing here. Again, it only would have been the 2nd, but the Imperial Guard put garrisons freaking everywhere. Place 1 skeleton with other skeletons. Now, there are no skeletons on the board, so instead, all we're going to do is place a skeleton on an empty space. Now, this is not empty, and that's all clear on the placing and activation player aid. The player aids in this game are awesome. So place it on the empty hex. I can place it over here. We'll just kind of, no, that seems dangerous. I'll place it over there. Not really much going on over there. That's fine. And then place 1 activation token on Legion or Horde with the fewest tokens. Well, they all only have 1. I'm planning to kill Oda. But if I fail, that's going to be really bad. I'll put it on the Imperial Guard. I should be able to wipe him out pretty easily. So that's fine. So not a bad explorer for us at all. And I got my salt. So I'm going to have to move command these suckers back. That battle with Oda is going to be super interesting. Oh, did I get my resources for that? I don't think I did. Yeah, after I defeated those guys, I should have gotten 2 more food. So 1 and get a 3. Got the move command. That's going to be an insane battle with Oda. I'm worried. I'm very worried. Archery doesn't matter. I lost another. Yeah, losing a unit. Losing 2 units was not great. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. But we'll get the extra 2 dice. I'll be rolling 6 dice, and I'll be able to spend a food to guarantee a damage. The question is, can I do 7 damage before I take 4? That seems very unlikely. But you're saying there's a chance. Yeah, Oda's pretty nasty. Ugh. I could move Explore, put a Haven there just to sacrifice that instead of losing my homeworld. What is this? I don't have 2 leadership, so I can't take the Whip of Thorns. Another scene map's not that helpful. Alright, we go back to Hanzo's turn. Hanzo is going to build a Haven for 2. His Haven is super protected. Remember, this was empty because there were garrisons placed there. They were destroyed by the Coven before I dropped the Coven over here. So Hanzo's done. Kaal is in trouble. But we need to move and command. That's going to cost the food, and we're going to move into here and get ready for the likely destruction. Although 7's possible. I mean, I'm rolling 6 dice, including a black. I mean, it's not unheard of. I'm guaranteeing myself another. I just need to get a little bit lucky. If we get 2 rounds, I guarantee it, but I feel like Oda's going to wipe me out in 1. For sure. Because 1 lightning bolt's going to equal 2. Remember, they only use their lightning bolts once, but then the rest of the lightning bolts are going to wipe out my shields. So I just really need to find a way to roll a 7. Yeah, I'm really... 1 more die probably could have made a big difference, for sure. But that's what I've got. Now I can, if I get a lightning bolt, I can ignore all damage on 1 of their dice. Again, we have access to the druids, they don't. So that could be good. We're now going to try to get rid of that curse, but we need to succeed with 2. Alright, I'm gonna move, and I'm gonna quest. I'm gonna get to a place that has a curse, and I'm gonna try to remove that curse. That'd be a really easy place for me to build another haven as Hanzo. I only have 2 havens. Oh, Crow, what did I do? I messed up. I messed up somewhere. This is this is great. I'm gonna get a yellow die. I'm gonna get a purple die. I need to succeed 2. A shield would be great. I get the yellow die because there's a curse there. The purple die is guaranteed. Now I gotta figure out what I want to do. 3 whites or 3 yellows. The whites increase my chances of getting at least one shield. But if I don't roll a lightning bolt with a purple, which I will 1/3 of the time, I'm going to need to stumble into 3 skulls. I think this is my best chance to get 3 skulls, though, to be honest. You know what? I'm not going to quest just yet. I'm going to go to the market. I'm going to make sure I succeed at this. And I'm going to spend assault to get the leaves. I think that makes me feel a little bit better. The salt's important for that, but it is what it is. Yeah, I have to get my hero back to here. No. Yep, I'm gonna have to get my hero back there. Yeah, I think we're good. So I'll just spend the 1 salt, and we'll do that. 2 more quest and move is basically the rest of Hanzo's turn. So I'll put these over here, and I'll do the quest the next turn. Kaal, what are you doing, buddy? What are you doing, buddy? Oh, this gets replaced. Give me something good. When you use a command action, pay 0. I need 2 guile to get that. That's costs 3. I do not have 2 guile. I do have the 3. That could have been really helpful, but not going to work. So what I'm going to do with Kaal is spend the salt. I do have the 1 magic because I upgraded that. I'm going to spend the 1 salt and just get this. I'm considered adjacent to any hex. That could definitely come in handy. And this gets replaced with the Center of Shadows. You may place 1 of your basic units destroyed here on any of your havens. It costs 2 salt. You need to have 2 leadership. Try to put all these so they can be seen on camera. I'll move the dice down. That's better. Just kind of load up this. The scoring tracker is going to get really crowded, but that's fine. We shall make it work. There. Dice are all in order. So that was a market action. That's the end of Kaal. He's just waiting for Oda, and hopefully we get pretty lucky with a roll here. Hanzo's going to do a quest action now. We're going to discard the Zetra Reliefs to add 1 roll to any player's roll outside of combat. And I want to make sure I succeed at this. So I'm going to add a black die. It's definitely going to make the most sense. And of course, I put the rest of these dice away. I'm going to take a black, 3 white, a purple, and a yellow because I'm on a hex with a curse. So again, I have 4 dice from my thing. I got 1 die because there's a curse there, and then 1 die because I discarded those leaves. Let's get rid of this curse. I think I did all 3. Fantastic. So yeah, I got 5, I got 1, I got 2. I get a point for that. And I can choose a hex with a curse, remove that curse. That curse is, ooh, do I want to do the sea tower? No, this is just guaranteed. I'm going to take the bird in the hand here, get that curse off the board, and we'll flip this over, put all these dice back. 3 and 1. All right. Kalal has no more action points. Hanzo is going to spend 1 action to move and get ready for battle with the Imperial Guard. Let's go over here. Woof. So much actions. Boise Purple Plan there. Let me know if you want to know my opinion. The macro shaman can also remove garrisons if you get 3 bolts. Oh, interesting. That would have been good. Yeah, I see that. If I could have removed these guys, I could have just built a haven there or there. But I would have needed 2 bolts. I don't know if I'm that lucky, dude. I would have had 3 and the purple. Yeah, that would have been a good idea. I'll assume I would have failed. Or wait, it's only 2 bullets. Actually, I was thinking of the Imperial Spy. I gotta say, the new druids feel so much better after giving them a try last night. Pavlos is right. This revealed one druid chapter and no Aether just feels wrong after seeing the new druids. It's just another way to make things harder, I guess. The only downside to the new druids is they cover up that already helpful reference information on the board. That really helpful information. The Aether just makes the game feel more fun somehow. I think it's the extra layer of safety you get. Agreed. It's knowing you can't get wrecked by a single really bad outlier. Like last game, I rolled a quest with like 3 red, 1 purple, 2 blue, and got a grand total of 1 skull. You can lift them up real quick to take a peek. It's not perfect, but we really want you to see the art. You guys should have played our original prototype we sent out to the influencers. I played it a few months ago, and man, I'm so glad we put all those nice effects in the last tuning round. It used to be so much meaner. Speaking of keeping things orderly, the more I think about it, the more I am excited for the player trays. Pablo says I can't wait to get all the new pieces in its final form. We only got samples so far, so it's not all perfected. Also, I think we'll really be surprised how much the Banes are going to affect the game. They're so simple, but they really change up everything. Pablo says, yeah, I think with Oda right next to me, I would have grabbed the Bloodlust and Build instead of Gravedigger, but I do understand the temptation. Nice roll. Since you've got the Bolt and the Druid Sacrifice, you could have discarded the Druid to keep the keys around. Yeah, I saw that, but I wasn't going to have the action points to take advantage of it, and I got the 1 curse off. I feel good about that. It is what it is, but yeah, I definitely saw that. I like these druids. I like being able to take points away from them, and I like being able to ignore dice there. So those are all my actions. Activate the legions. Oh boy. So the Imperial Guard is going to activate. He's going to put a garrison on the capital because there were no garrisons there, and he's activating and going over into the whatever the heck this is. That's right. Well said, Greg. Well said. So he's here. I have a haven there with a tower and a wall. The Imperial Guard in archery would gain 1 red on the Badlands. We're not on the Badlands. If he rolls a lightning bolt, he gets 2 shields. In archery, he's rolling a blue and 2 whites. I'm rolling 3 whites, another white because of my tower, and since I have 2 hunters there, I'm also rolling a blue, and I get to reroll all of that, which is bananas. So we'll roll the 3 for the Imperial Guard. There is no reroll. We're in a swamp. 3 damage and a shield. Well, that's one way to make an entrance, Imperial Guard. I roll 3 shield. Wow. And 1 damage. Oh man, I would normally be tempted to reroll the whites, but I don't want to take 3 damage. Woof. Woofity woof. I think I spend the salt to ignore his shield. I block all his damage. I can't reroll the blue. I can only reroll the whites. It is what it is. I'm happy with that result. I'm basically going to take 1 damage off of him. It's going to be really hard for him to get a lightning bolt, and he's only got 3 health left. Okay. So we're going to go to the first clash round. I have no more salt, so I can't ignore shields anymore. But I think it was worth it to get him from 4 down to a 3, because now he's just rolling 1 blue, 1 red, which becomes a white because we're in a swamp, 1 yellow, and 2 more white. Those are his 5 dice. My 5 dice are a blue and a white for my wall and my tower, 3 more whites, so I'm missing 2, a purple, and then my red also becomes a white, so I'm actually missing 3 white dice. But I'm rolling 7 total, which is super nice. So we're going to roll for the Imperial Guard first with his 5 measly dice. I don't think he can't possibly roll a lightning bolt. Wow! 4 damage in a shield. It's really sick. Remember, I can remove a wall or a tower instead of a unit, so that's nice. So he has 1 shield and 2 damage. So I'm just going to put these here to show what he rolled, because I have to take all 3 of these white dice. He's rolling amazing. I mean, he's the Imperial Guard. What else do I expect? So these 7 dice, let me roll half as good as that. Oh, that's... Boom. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage. He has 1 shield. All right, he's dead. Super dead. How much damage is getting through to me, though? I rolled 3 shields, so he's only destroying 1 of my dudes. I can take the wall off. Yeah, we're going to take the wall off instead. in Clash, so we're definitely doing that. And everyone else survives. That was a ridiculous roll. So he's super dead. We're going to take this off. He had 2 activation tokens on it. Now he has 0. I gain 5 points. I go from 11 to 16 and destroy 1 non-Imperial unit or threat here. So I'm going to have to lose a unit anyway. I will lose this dude into there and Imperial out. So maybe I'm rolling well today. Oh, since after combat, I have a slavers. I destroyed a legion. I get to add a thing to one of my havens. I'll add a cell sword there. So I lost a unit. I gained the unit right back. And these dice will all come back here. Purple. And the 5 white dice. 5 white dice. See how they run. All right. We're done with that. Executioner's going to activate. She's going to place a garrison on the capital. And she's making a line here. So her priorities, activating a legion. She's going to try to move to a haven, but she's always going to move closer to her target. She can't quite get there. There are no enemy units around her, so she's going to go to an empty hex. Any other hex would be a hex that has garrison, so she just ends up in the Netherwood. I might try to take her out there because she gains a purple in Clash if there is a target. I don't mind trying to take her out there, although she will be a level 7, but this assumes I survive the next thing that's about to happen to me, which is not going to be good. Oda's going to activate and move into my home haven. I only have 4 units left. I wish I had 5. I'd feel a little bit better. I have a chance, not a great chance, but a chance nonetheless. And the battle is happening here. We skip archery versus Oda. What's Oda rolling? Well, just 2 blacks and 2 blue, purples, and a red. Not great. I'm going to roll a white and a blue because of my tower and my wall. I'm going to roll 2 reds, which is fantastic. And I'm going to roll another white because of my Deadeye. You know what? Let me switch that guy out. I knew I was going against Oda. When I lost 2 units there, I should have just killed the Deadeye. I should have killed the Deadeye instead of killing my tribesmen. The tribesmen are cheaper, but they're going to be more effective for what I need to do. I need 7 damage, so this is the better play, and I get a troll. So I have 6 dice. I have too many dice here. 1, 2. Yeah, the white comes away and is now a yellow. Again, 2/3 of the time a yellow rolls a skull. I need 7 skulls. I really just need 6 skulls because I can pay a food to get a 7th. And I'm absolutely doing that. Woof. I'm about to lose my whole army, people. All right. Don't make me cry. Oh, that's not 7. Oh, that's... that's a really bad roll. That's a terrible roll. I mean, not for Oda. Oh god, my black die came out a lightning bolt, and both of his black dice gained 3 damage. So bad. I can ignore all damage on 1 die, and he still kills everything there. My red die just came with a 1. Yeah, what a garbage roll. There was definitely 6 there, it just didn't work. I'm going to spend the food anyway to add another damage. I'm just going to make it indicate that with a die. And I'm going to use the lightning bolt to make the chaos lose a point. Bam, down to 11. But that is going to basically, that's leaving me with 1 haven and in bad shape. This is feeling reminiscent of last week when I was in really good shape with the 1 and really bad shape with the other. Oda loses 4 health, so it's down to 3. And that was its activation. My haven is gone. And all my units are gone. And Oda's like, ha 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 ha. That's how Oda laughs. It's very strange. These go here. These go. What a garbage roll, dude. So bad. There are so many like dice that give it to me. Like this comes a 2. This comes a 2. I guess now I needed a 2 and a 3. I mean, it was definitely there. God, that was such a bad roll. Yeah, that would have given it to me, even with the lightning bolt. So if I had rolled that instead of, and then I could have spent the food. Yeah, I had a bunch of options to get the 7 skulls, and you know, it just wasn't meant to be. So I had the really good rule up there. So like, look at Hanzo is like, what's going on, Crow? Why are you so terrible? And it's like, I play bad. I don't know. I mean, even just one of them mattered. I can go on, but these all go into the Chaos Graveyard, and we got some problems. Boom and boom. Since you got the bolt, yeah, clank. Wow. Hey, walking away unscathed from that is a win. Sick. Yeah, the bloodlust would have been sick here. You've got to roll all those dice again. Was it bloodlust? I don't think I had an option. I had troll. I didn't have an option. Oh, I'd have to have bloodlust there. Yeah. I definitely could have had the troll, and I put that away. I think I could have had bloodlust 2 turns ago. Did I take? I might have read this as the troll. I think I confused. Yeah, bloodlust is really sick. No, that'd have been good. That would have been good. That would have definitely been better than what is going on right now. I got real problems with both the Executioner and this dude. The good thing is I have Hanzo's really healthy army. We'll see if I can get him. Well, I can't explore there because it's covered up. Everyone here, where is everyone adjacent to a sea tower? Everyone here is adjacent to a sea tower. Executioner is going to be a problem. Crow is in trouble. Flipper, send help. All right. Yikes. This is going to go there. So, gain total resources. I'm just gaining, I don't even get the point. So I'm gaining 1 and 5. So 1 salt, 5 food. After combat, I don't have a unit there left, so I do not get the 2 resources from that. All right, and then for the Moyer, I got 3, 2, 3, which becomes 4, 3, 4, which becomes 4, 5, 4, which becomes 4, 5, 6. So 4, 3, 4, 4, 5, 4, 4, 5, 6. So I get 4 salt, 5 plunder, and 6 food. We come down here, scoring for the Empire. Empire scores 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they go from 12 up to 17. They're going to get 1 more for having the Executioner still in play, and they're going to get 4 more points. They get to 22 because all of these suckers in their graveyard. So the Berserker and the Hunter. Remember, we started with an elite unit each in their graveyard because of the Executioner's immediate effect. The Chaos is going to score. Chaos has 6 curses on the board, so they go from 11 to 17. They have Oda still alive, so they get some 18, and then they have 2 different types of units in there, so they're also at 22. So all these garrisons are out. These suckers can come back over here. The Crow is in trouble. Oh man, I don't know how to save this. All right, return all units from the graveyard. I already did that. The players. Moyer's going to score 6 because they have 3 units on 3 havens on the board. Second's up to 22. They were at 16, plus 1 more because they're home hex. And the Crow just scores 2, which is less than 7. by a lot. All right, next, reveal a druid card. Booyah! It is the Watcher. You may roll any of your dice that show no lightning bolts, but I have to use a lightning bolt to do that before damage once a round. Could have been helpful last round, to be honest with you. Yeah, could have been helpful last round. That'd have been nice. So maybe this idea of having everything revealed to begin with would be helpful. Flip all things back. I actually didn't use any of my cards that flip over. I regained my 8 action points. I think I wipe out Oda, man. Wiping out Oda, I can probably get 2 Havens. Oh, it's 6 each. If I wipe out Oda, I try to get a Haven here. Haven, well, I can't build a Haven. The Executioner's there. She's going to wipe that out. I don't see a way I stop that. Shoot. All right, deal 3 new items. Boom. Pay a food to gain a yellow in range. I need 2 Guile for that. Assassin's Dagger. Discard this to place it on a Horde or Legion. Whenever you discard activation token, it's -1 threat. Now that sounds fine, but again, you don't discard an activation token until the end of the activation, so it's not as helpful as I want it to be. And then pay 1 salt to reroll 1 die outside of combat. This goes away, and now we quest the Hakan Scouts, the Imperial Inquisition, and the Nethersea Navigators. The Imperial Inquisition plays 2 druids, revealed if possible under this card. This quest is not discarded until you solve it. If you're on the capital, you gain a white die. Well, I'll get rid of this, and I'll get rid of this, and they're going to go under the Imperial Inquisition. So the flavor text here is they saw the curse of salvation and the Emperor as their martyr. Yeah, buddy. And then we have these prideful rangers refused any assistance in eliminating a foe, and Nethersea Navigators. Mastery of a blade ship and the third eye was essential to find the hidden Imperial vault, noted in Shujuro's stolen logbook. All right, that's done. Pass the first player token. Going to pass this back to Hanzo. Event phase, add 2 threat to everything in play. So Imperial Executioner is up to 7. Ode of the Fallen is up to 5. First player draws and reads the next event. So the next chapter. Chapter 3. Hundreds of refugees followed the Druids through the wilderness before your gates. For food and protection, they offer themselves to help in defending your havens. Choose a hero to roll a hero dice. I will choose a Kal. So he's rolling 3 yellow, 3 red, a yellow and red are the same, obviously, in my head. 1 purple and 1 blue. I need 6 symbols of any type. Don't feel like that's going to happen. Oh, I got 7 symbols. Look at all the damage I rolled there. That's amazing. So we draw a feat for each of the heroes. Clash, gain 1 damage for every Berserker destroyed this round. That could be really helpful. And then for Ka'al, discard this to gain a basic unit of any of your havens for every Horde and Legion in play. That could also be hugely helpful. That is a lifesaver. All right, well, I'm seeing a glimmer of hope. All right, yet the Druids bring unsettling teachers from the old gods, calling to question whether they are allies or enemies. Place 1 Legion at threat 6 on the capital. This is our 3rd Legion of the game. It is the Mage Breaker. So threat 6, place her target, remove 1 sea tower, empty if possible, from the game. Place the Mage Breaker on that hex. Pavel! I need help. So one question that comes up for me is, like, if I remove this sea tower, I'm assuming the curse stays? I think that's how that would play. Good. Neither of these sea towers are empty, but I would prefer to put the Mage Tower back, the Mage Breaker over there for sure. I think the curse stays, and I'm going to remove the sea tower from the game. I've already explored the other one. Nice. And yes, it stays. All right. Yeah, the Blood Sword is sick. Yeah, you need that Aether so bad. Bruise on board games. God, that was a bad roll. A phrase I find myself saving when I play this game as well. Now they're empty, so it's your choice. And yes, it stays. Excellent. Thank you for the confirmation. That's what one of the things I was talking to when I was talking to Cornelius and Dirk. I was emailing Dirk a lot of questions, and like it became pretty clear to me over time that there are questions that are going to come up as you play this game, but normally the answer is the answer you think it is, right? So I was like kind of always like doing the right thing anyway, even though something wasn't clear. And I really like that about the rule book, that it's like at some point you realize, oh, okay, it generally is the obvious thing, which is really nice. All right, place 2 hordes of threat ticks on empty hexes in the same region, or 1 horde in a 2-player game. So we get our last horde. Nope, 2 more hordes. The False Messiah. Oh, wow. Well, we're battling, folks. We're battling again. Yay! Place the False Messiah on the Haven with the most units. If there are no units on Havens, place them on the Sea Tower. Well, there are sure. So we ignore the placement instructions on guidance from the Druids, and we're going to place the False Messiah. Yeah, I think we're going to place him there. So I will leave. He probably, hopefully, will not be long for this world. Gain a red die and a hex with the Haven or Imperial units in Clash. Oh, and if he rolls a lightning bolt, remove a Haven from any player from play once per combat. Well, I guess I'm going to have to remove that from Hanzo. Seems like the way to go, kids. So we're going to put this here, this here. This was good timing to get this for sure. It's not the False Messiah is pretty brutal. I am rolling 2 whites. I'm rolling a blue. I'm rolling another white because I kept the tower and I took off the wall. So these are my range dice for, and I get the blue because I have 2 hunters and I do have salt. So I can ignore a shield. Yeah, we want to do as much damage as possible this round for sure. And then we're going against the white and 2 yellows for the False Messiah. False Messiah roll. Oh, dear God. See, this rolls 3 damage, just like that. Excellent. And then 2 shields. That's bad. I'm gonna flip this to reroll 2. No, the 2 whites. This was a blank. The blue has been garbage for me, but 2 whites get rerolled. Ugh, that's really bad. I'm gonna pay a salt to ignore a shield, so I do 1 damage to the False Messiah. He's down to 5. I'm taking. Oof. I'm taking 1, 2, 3. I have a shield. I'm taking 2 damage. I'm gonna get rid of. I mean, the Slaver is rolling a white, so that's not great. I actually kind of like the yellow. Have no Berserkers. God, it was a bad roll. I'm going to take away my tower because I can. And now I have to take away a unit. I will take away one of the hunters. Yeah, it still feels right. So that goes in the Chaos Graveyard. Now, what is the sucker rolling? It's rolling a purple, a red becomes a white because we're in a swamp, 2 blues, and a white. So this is their 5 dice. I'm rolling 2 whites, a purple. Oh, this is a bad roll. A purple and a yellow. I am outmatched very badly. Woof. That was a bad roll. Well, I can ignore a shield. Hopefully the False Messiah does not continue to roll as well, and hopefully it does not roll. Oh, and it gains a red on a hex with a Haven, so it gets another white, because the red becomes a white on a swamp, so it's actually rolling 6 dice. Man, if I had done even a second damage to it, it would have been so good. Does not roll a lightning bolt, but 4 damage, which is just bananas. Oh, and I rolled that. Wow. That's also a bad roll. I'm going to spend Assault to ignore its shield. So I get 2 back, turned into 3. This goes down to 4. Yeah, all my stuff is dead. I have a lightning bolt. I took 2 of the druids off the board because of the Imperial Inquisition. Yeah, there's no real great use of this lightning bolt. Wait, I can get another round. I can get another round, which I might as well. So I'm going to ignore all damage from 1 die. So I'm going to ignore the damage from this die. So it's only 3 damage to me. So I'm going to kill everything but the purple. I mean, I think that makes the most sense. So these guys are all dead. False Messiah is down to 4. False Messiah is rolling a purple, a white, a blue, and a white. I mean, if I remove a Haven, I can just remove that Haven. It's going to go away anyway when I lose this. But maybe I can knock it down a little bit more, which would be super helpful. So I'm rolling a purple. And I'm going against, yeah, that. Oh, and the Haven's there, so it gets another white. That's why it has so many frickin' dice. Yeah, if I destroy the Haven, it actually becomes easier to kill the False Messiah. Boom, 1 damage and 3 damage, so I can actually knock it down again. So it's down to 3. I should be able to kill it this turn. 28 comes over here. It does 3 damage to me. This is dead. Haven goes back to my board. Yikes. And that guy's out. My army survived only to be annihilated. And False Messiah is there. We put all these suckers here. I have very few units on the board. What just happened? All right. Well, that was fun. We now what are we doing? We place the 1 horde, place 1 skeleton adjacent on a hex, adjacent to a haven on a hex with a curse if possible. Sure is. Activate all skeletons. Well, this target should have come off when this dude died. That will go there. We activate all skeletons. I'll activate this skeleton. It's going to go there. And it's going to get wiped out by those garrisons. Sure enough. He goes here. Activate this skeleton. It's going to come here. I'm rolling a white die and I have a reroll. Nothing. Dead. So 1 point for yellow, up to 24. And this dude is out. So all the skeletons are off the board. All right. Place an activation token. We're not in round 2 yet, so we're just placing 1. Round 4. In chapter 4, you place 2 activation tokens instead of just 1. And now we go to the build phase. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back. And we're back. I hope you didn't miss me too much. You can't really break the game that easily. Just do what you think is right. It usually doesn't matter too much if you get it wrong. Talking about rules mistakes, at least there's a tower to help you out. Your rules so good for the hordes and so bad for yourself. You should switch hands. Yeah, you should just you should for sure ignore some shields on that one. If you have salt, you can do it more than once. Yeah, I'd be spending all the salt. But feet cost a resource. You could usually do it as often as you want. Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah. I guess I don't know if that would have helped me too much against the false messiah. Maybe treating resource for it. So that, yeah, that's good to know. That's a good rule. So I could have done that multiple times. I did not know that. So I could have used a treachery thing, paid more salt, potentially got the false messiah down even more because he rolled a lot of shields. So he probably would have been down one more. It probably still ends up being the same result. The good thing is he never rolled a exclamation point. And honestly, I'm going to need something to rebuild my army here. So, there is that. You should spend all more salt and archery. I guess you need it for production as well, though. What chapter did you just start? Third. Brandon says, yeah. So Bruce and Board Game says, okay. Yeah, but if you knock him down 2 more right away, you've just killed him, saving the haven in the action to build it. False Messiah can be rough for sure. He needs those new Druid cards. Pavel, hook him up with a PDF. Take a break, print them out, come back. I mean, nothing's stopping from you doing that. You can totally just pull the files from our TTS mod. Pavel, I forgot there was a max 8 that you can have. Was it 7? Yeah, we think 7 is the right number. Got it. You probably would have killed him. I think you might have killed him. He would have rolled fewer dice. There was 2 more damage on the board. Man, I can't even. Like, all the dice get changed. Like, all of them. All of them. Yeah, it's good to know for the future. I just think trying to recreate that would be just a nightmare. He's pretty safe now. Don't think he's going to kill another Haven. So I'll just try to wipe him out this turn. Hanzo's not the one I'm worried about, obviously. So Crow, however, is in a bit of a pickle. All right, draw 2 feats, keep 1. Hanzo's feats. Well, you can get more skills or flip this to discard the 3 cards and get more salt. I like salt. Very salty. I feel very salty after that roll against Oda, for sure. Super salty. All right, archery and clash. Flip this to lose a thing and gain a surge, or discard this to remove any one of your units from any one hex from the game. Destroy a skeleton or garrison for each unit removed. That's normally I like Death Sworn a lot. This could be helpful though, especially since Oda. If I can just gain that, ignore. If he rolls those black dice, it could be really nice to ignore a bunch of damage. But Death Sworn, I just don't have enough units, I think, to make Death Sworn realistic at this point. Woof. Wow. Brokety book. All right, we're building some stuff. Yay, building stuff. I'm going to. That's during the action phase, so I can't do that now. I'm going to spend 3 food and 2 to get a Berserker. Wait a second. I had a Berserker die, so that would have worked to give me another damage to this dude. Remember the Berserker thing. That was the first time I had a Berserker on the board get wiped out. Yeah, I forgot I built a Berserker. Yeah, so 1 more damage to the False Messiah. So he's really a pretty reasonable target at this point. So I'm going to get another Berserker. I'm going to spend resources. I'm going to spend 2. Man, the Mage Breaker. Where's her target? Place her target. Her target would have to. Oh, that's nasty. Place her target. Yeah, I would have done it anyway because that was before the friggin' False Messiah came out. But now the Magebreaker's target is here. Oh, that's super crispy. That's bad. So I'm going to play 2 plunder. To get a tower and a wall. Wow. I'm going to pay... Man. Get a bunch of salt from there. I get some resources from there, which is going to be important. I have to build units. I'm going to spend 2 plunder. So I put in a 3. I'll take 3 black. I'm spending 2 plunder to get another hunter. And then I'm going to spend 4 food. All my hunters are super dead. So I put in 6. I'm just going to take back 2 food to get 2 cell swords. And all these dudes are going to come here. I'm going to try to kill the False Messiah. Before he puts a curse there. And then I can try to get my units to go there and then there. And we can defend against this thing. Woof. Okay. Yeah, I really don't have the resources to get that last cell sword out. What are we doing over here? Because this is a disaster. We want to kill Oda. So... Definitely can't get 2 Vargs back. Well, melee doesn't mean anything anyway. Or ranged archery doesn't mean anything anyway. So I get 3 salt. I put in a 3. I'm getting 3 salt back. That's 5 and 2. Let's get a troll. Hopefully I roll better with the troll. After combat, I can get 2 resources that way. Want to get my home hex back. Wow. Oh, I can discard this and get 4 basic units. And save all my resources. Yeah. That's it. I'm just building the troll. Just building the troll. And let's do it, kids. I think. Yeah, I mean, the executioner is just going to own that. I can't even try to stop it. It just is what it is. All right. There's only 2 legions left in that deck. I mean, causing an uprising would be very nice. So successfully flipping the capital. Hanzo's first. Hanzo is going to command and try to set the tone for this round. All these dudes are coming in here. There's no haven there, so no more additional white die for the False Messiah. We're going to do a ranged thing there. I have 2 hunters, so I get a blue. I get 2 whites. That's all she wrote. What does the False Messiah have? Just 2 whites. And hopefully, you know, doesn't roll as amazing. Oh, a shield and a damage. I have no salt. I would have done this to get 3 salt. That would have been a no-brainer. I don't really love any of these. So I discarded 3 items. Again, it's empty, so draw an item. So we get the Zoya bar, discard this to double the award of a horde. That could be helpful after combat. Discard this to place one of your destroyed units on any one of your havens. Ooh, that could be helpful. So I'm not going to combat yet. I'll combat this turn. Let me get the food back. I'll leave those sideways. I'm going to get the 3 salt for flipping this over. And I'm going to spend 1 of it right away to get the healing potion. So I just use this action point for a market to gain this item. So again, you're limited to 10 items. This doesn't count as an item, so I really have 7. Between feats and items, I have 7 little cards, which is fine. That gets replaced. Do I want to buy anything? What's this? Horn of Brotherhood. Discard this. Every player may place their units from play into another player's combat. Destroy them after combat before rolling. And is this... I don't think this is space limited. Oh, that's nice. Kind of double the reward. I don't have a guile, so I can't take that. Oh, that'd be so nice. I need points so bad. The more your pirate came out, discard this to lose a point, gain 5 resources. Yeah, I'm not going to do any of that. But I'm going to discard this. Again, this is not an action. It says actions just because it's the action phase, but I'm going to get 4 basic units. I'm going to take 2. I mean, I just don't even know what makes sense to try to shield against this dude. I mean, he's just doing so much damage. Now I'm just going to take... Yeah, it just seems silly. It seems silly to try to shield against them at all. I mean, he's rolling 5 dice. I'm only going to have 5 units. Plus this. I need to get 5 damage. Yeah, I'm taking all yellow dice. Try to get my home world back, and then we'll kind of figure out next turn. I mean, the other argument I had was to be I build as much as I can, but then I'm going to be so broke. And then I try to build a haven and then rebuild in the middle of the round, but I just didn't have the resources to realistically wipe this dude out. 4, 3, 2. Yeah, because I remember I need 3. Well, I get 2 resources after combat. I'm rethinking this. Let me hold on to Bonfire. Let me try to get lucky. So during the build phase, I would have spent 2 plunder, which gives me 1 or 2 food to get 2 of those guys out, and I would have spent 2 salt, and I'm going to turn 3 plunder into another food. So this would have been everything. So I would have basically had a full complement, and now I have bonfires, so I'll be able to reseed this with more units after the build phase. But I'm super broke on resources. But I think that's a better play. It just gives me more flexibility, and then I'll have some more units on the board, which I can build onto next turn, assuming I just need to win this battle, which is going to be really, really hard. All right. So we are going to go in, and I still, oh, but that doesn't, I wanted the extra food for Clash. Oh, man. That's just a rough roll, dude. 4 dice. I mean, I need the black die to come through one of these days. I need them to roll bad. Yeah, I think it makes sense. I'll build one less tribesman, because then I get a guaranteed damage in the Clash round. And hopefully I just get 5, hopefully the black die comes in big. Half the black die gives you at least, well, a third of the black die gives you at least 2 damage. So it's a thing. So here we go. We're going to do this combat first. So I'm going to put these guys on your side with the troll and Ka'al. And the other thing, if this goes bad, I'll be able to get more basic units to try to finish Oda off that way. I don't know. This all seems like a mistake. Oda. Oda's on the ground. Oda's rolling a black, a purple, 2 reds, and a yellow. I'm rolling a black, 2 yellow, and a white. One of these things is not like the other? Oh, I need 4 damage. I got 2. Wow. And lightning bolt, he did 4 damage. I have no shield. I don't even have a lightning bolt. I could lose a thing to get a lightning bolt. But then I do 1 damage, and then what? I get the chance to re-roll. I would have had to spend this food to get in. And that basically just gives me a shield. Woof. I do 2 damage. I roll the black. Alright, its lightning bolt triggers. It basically has 4 damage. I have 4 units. I'm going to flip this to lose this and get a lightning bolt. I can ignore this damage, so now it's just doing 3 damage to me, which is going to kill these basic units, and it leaves my troll alive. And he has no shield, so I did 1 damage that still goes through, so it's down to 4. I could spend a, I mean, it's going to kill me next turn. The question, I just need to roll a 3. Do I spend the food now? I think so. I spend the food, I get it down to 3. I mean, this is where, like, it snowballs on you. Like, the fact that I rolled so badly last round is really putting me in a bad spot this round. But again, well, I'm going to need to find a way to get the resources out of this, but I have 1 plunder. What else could I ask for? So we go to the next round. I kept my troll alive here. And I'm just rolling 1 black die. Oda's rolling a black, a red, and a yellow. I need to get 3 damage, and it will die. Give me a 3 damage. Nope. 1 damage. 2 damage to me. So my troll's out. I did 1 damage to Oda. It's down to level 2. And we will have to live we have to come back next time. But I will have a full complement of armies. So I basically got 2 shots at it based on like going back and rebuilding. The problem is I need to get a food somehow. And I'm adjacent to every hex, so that's hopeful. So I can explore there to get a food that way. Excellent. Or I can get that for 0. I lose a point. That seems not great. But it's probably better than wasting all my actions on movement. For sure. Alright. Hanzo's turn. Hanzo's going to do the command action finally. So we spend that food. Here we are against the false messiah. I'm going to roll 2 white dice and a blue because I have 2 hunters. And we are rolling against just the 2 whites. So getting back to the original program here. What did I buy? Oh, I could put the healing potion. So it rolls a 1 damage and a blank. It doesn't re-roll anything. I roll 2 shields. Well, no damage to me, but not ideal. Would have much rather taken it out, or at least taken it out to level 1. Now it's rolling 2 blues and a white. I'm rolling 2 whites, 2 yellows, and a purple. All right, 1 damage and 2 shield. 4 damage and 1 shield. So no damage to me. False Messiah is out. It's going to give me 3 points. I go from 24 to 27. And False Messiah did manage to not make us lose a haven. Hanzo with his army healing potion wasn't even necessary, but it was nice to have. Probably would have been better for the crow the way things worked out. But I was assuming that with my troll, eventually I would roll more than 1 damage with the black die. But that was silly. Very silly of me. All right, Kaal's going to go to the market. Oh, he has to spend an action point for the first command. He's going to the market. He's getting this. He's going to discard this, lose a point, and get 5 resources. We're going to get 3 food and 2 plunder. What came out, if you have 2 magic, I can't take it with either of my guys. Discard this to choose a quest from the... Oh, I love that. The Dawn Guard Lantern. And then you basically can pick what quest you want on top. Oh, I could do that. The Nether Sea Navigators. Oof, how do I feel about my dice? Yeah, let me not do the market thing. Let me do the quest. Losing a point seems like a bad idea. So I'm going to do a quest with Kaal. I'm going to get a purple, 3 reds, and I'll take the white. And I get 1 for every shield or lightning bolt. Oh, these dice are garbage for that, though, dude. Yeah, now I'm going to stay with what I did. Market, lose the point. It's just a much more guaranteed way of getting resources. I think it's a better role for Hanzo, for sure. I'm also going to discard bonfires to get a basic unit on a haven for each horde or legion. I'm going to take 3 of these and 1 of these. We're gonna get there eventually. All right, so that's out. We go to Hanzo's turn. Hanzo is like, well, I gotta go protect this dude, but Hanzo is going to build a haven back. Let's do it this way. Hanzo's gonna move. Well, Hanzo's gonna command all his guys here. And he'll build a haven next turn. This is more efficient for the movement because I want to get here, obviously. That's done. I have 1 slaver there. I have 1. No, I have no slavers. I have the berserker. That's fine. The Horn of the Brotherhood is enticing. Player replace their units. I don't have the salt. I'm going to command again. We're going to try to finish off Oda one way or the other. We go right to Clash. So Oda is rolling a black and a yellow. I'm rolling 3 yellow and a white. I have to flip that. Oh, that's bad. Why is that a flip? I just need 2 damage. Wolf. Bare minimum. Oh, 1 damage. Excellent. So I'm going to lose a tribesman. I do 2. Nope. That goes here. I put the dudes in the wrong thing. They all should be here. And I do 2 damage. Oda's finally dead. I get 5. That gets me up to 18. Out. That horde is gone. Oda's over here. I have 3 surviving units. Glad to see Oda rolls like me once in a while. And that is the end. So we got a bunch of conversations going on here. Oof. Right. I don't think it's going to be smart or good entertainment for me to read all of this. There's a lot of really interesting conversation with Pavel. I would definitely recommend checking out the chat as you watch this. Just future be liberal with assault. Yeah, talking about that mistake, but that just came from not understanding the rule there. That's cool though. So it's kind of like the triggered effects in like Arkham. Like you can just keep doing it as many resources as you have. That's a really nice clarification. John Alderson, Greg needs rolls to go well. Rip. Yep. Tuma. It's an expansion faction. This is great. After Archie only 3, first clash only 1. Oh. Wow. So we're talking about the horn. You can use it at any point to add more units to a battle. I like that. So it doesn't even have to be at the beginning of battle. I've really noticed that too, like a lot of items. Like there's the one item that adds a black die to every round that you can use that at any point you want in the battle. I like that flexibility. I think these are like the next like FAQ. Like these are things to really kind of point out. But again, they're so like niche and situational. Like they're not game breaking, but I think it's making the game harder on yourself because you don't know all the functionality. It's one of those, let's storm the capital at the end. Yeah, it's really strong. Yeah, cool. Man, the triple Oda combat. Oda's dead. Whatever. Oda who? There is no Oda. No Oda. I can't get that. I don't have any. Well, I can explore here to get some salt. Horner Brotherhood's looking better. Woof. Yeah. Executioner's definitely taking that. Hanzo is going to spend 2. What'd I do? I think I never took that off before. Yeah, Hanzo commanded. Or did I just do the 3rd turn with Hanzo? Right, because Kahala 2 turns. Oh, in the market. What did he buy from the market? Oh, he bought the thing with the free sources. So Kahala 3 turns. Hanzo had 3 turns. Hanzo is now doing the Haven action, spending 2 and getting a Haven here. He could have used those resources. I should change the order of what he did. I'm going to mess with the order because it's not going to matter. But next turn, I'm going to try to quest with him, get another Haven there. Then I would have commanded. Then I would have Havened. But I would need 2 more reds to make that, 2 more plunder to make that happen. And that quest is a good way to do that. Oh, I could flip that. I don't know if that makes any sense. Oh, that's a point, though. I could definitely get a point from this, dude. I'm just not on a forest. All right. We are going to move and explore with the crow. Nope, we're not. I lied. We're just going to build a haven with 3. Get it back on my home hex. That seems strong. We're going to quest with Hanzo. Hanzo is rolling. Well, he would have wanted to go there anyway. Yeah, that makes sense. So I would have wanted to go there to get the extra yellow. Nope. Not on a sea tower. Never mind. Yeah, I'm going to be back here. So I'm going to... Did he buy something from the market? No. That was... Just putting things in the wrong spots over here. It's kind of driving me a little nuts. Yeah, I commanded. So I'm doing a quest. Pretend I did this earlier. I'm going to do this quest. I'm rolling 3 white dice and a purple. I get a resource for everything I do. I think that's a good gamble. If I fail, we discard the quest and draw a new one. All right, 3 white dice and a purple. I have no extra dice available to me. Oh, that's not bad. All right, so we succeeded. I may draw a new quest. I think I do. I may discard items from the market. I think I do. So I did this and this. I get 3 resources. I'm going to take 2 plunder and another salt. Nope, and another food. And my only food. So I may draw a new quest. I will, so this gets discarded. Oh, every player gets 1 resource for each you roll? Oh, yes, please. I'm going to get 3 resources over here. Yeah, I like that. Oh, and after this combat, since I succeeded finally and I have a unit left, I would have gotten 2 more resources for that. I will take 2 salt. Nope, I'm getting the salt there. I don't want the salt. I'm going to get 2 more food. Don't forget your benefits. Every player gets that. It's sick. All right, I still needed those 5 resources from before, though, too. I mean, you saw how quickly they went. So the new quest, because I got the 1 shield. So the new quest is willing to fight. Place 1 basic unit on each of your havens. Each other player places 1 basic unit on any of their havens or explore an empty hex. That seems doable. If I do it on a hex with enemy units, I get +1 red die. I like that. Really don't care about this at this point. And I'm going to discard. I can't get this with who I need to get it with. I do want to leave that, and I'm going to get rid of this because not everybody can grab that. So these are out. 2 more items getting added. The Drune Witcher, remove this. Discard this to remove 1 activation token from any Legion or Horde. Oh, I have to buy that with Hanzo. That would prevent the Executioner from activating. I don't hate that at all. That could be really important. And then the Imperial Defectors, discard this. Every player plays 1 basic unit on any of their havens. Also interesting. All right, so that was a very successful quest for Hanzo. So he's going to move and build a haven, and then he's going to command. Those are the rest of his actions. That's all he has. No, again, I did this in the wrong order. He's in theory still there. Then I would have commanded, then I would have built. So this quest should have happened a long time ago, just from an action efficiency standpoint. And I'll kind of, when I do it all, I'll kind of walk through how that would have worked. Kaal. Well, Kaal has 4 action points left. Definitely want to... I like that. I'm going to do this quest over here. I'm not on another. Ooh, I can get to another. Three red. Yeah, I'm just gonna. Three red, a purple, and a blue. I really want 4 skulls, but 2 lightning bolts will work. I'm not on a woods. I'm wondering if it's worth the activation token to move here. I don't think it is. I do want to get that. I have other things I want to do with my activations. Hanzo's got that. Yeah. Okay. I won't have any more resources there, but that should be fine. So I'm just doing this quest. I'm just going to gamble. I need 4, 1, or 2. Garbage. Whoa, 3 blanks on reds. Wow. That didn't go well. I mean, this gets discarded. It does not get replaced unless I've been replacing other things, so this says I can draw a new quest. But that, was super unsuccessful and a waste of an action point, and that's sad. Now I'm going to build a haven. I'm building this haven back here, and then I'll get to the point where things would have been where they should have been. Woof, only 2 of these left. All right, that's not bad. I have 3 actions left. Man, I was really hoping if I flipped that, it said I wouldn't have placed any skeletons or garrisons, and I just would have been able to build another haven, which would have been so huge for the crow. So that roll was really bad. Really, really bad. Man. It's fine. I'm going to do a move and explore. Let me get the salt anyway. It is the Toral Caravan Pass. Beast of Burden and ice sledges replaced ships on the. If empty, place a skeleton here. It is empty. Again, as a skeleton, I would not have had a place had I succeeded on that quest. If not, reinforce. Roll your hero dice. Hero dice are 3 red, a purple, and a blue. I get 1 salt per skull, and every other player gets 2 salt. There's some skulls. That would have been helpful before. So 4 salt. Thank you very much. And 2 salt for Hanzo. It's a good tile for me for sure. Where's the blue? Where are you, blue? You're there. Excellent. Now Hanzo is going to command and get everyone in here, because that's where the mage breaker is going. I'll just put them on their side preemptively. So again, the way this should have worked, just from actions, is I should have killed the... Who the heck was there? I should have killed the false messiah, built the haven, commanded, built the haven, commanded, with the quest being in there. So I just kind of did things out of order. But the action points work. It was 3 command actions, 1 to get here, 1 to get here, 1 to get here, 2 haven actions, and then 2 quest actions. The quest actions both gave me the resources there, and I think I only did 1 quest action. This here? Command, command, command. I only did 1 quest action with Hanzo. That was from last turn. The con scouts I did with Kyle. So, That's the thing. Yeah, I just somehow I got the action points wrong, so I'm glad I looked at that again. So Haven, command, quest. Good to go. Yo, there's going to be a huge battle there. Yeah, I don't know why that extra point was there. If someone can, I didn't do a trade, I didn't do an explorer, I haven't bought anything from the market with Hanzo, so we are good. Unless someone knows how to put this one together, blah, blah, blah. There's a wiki. Oh, geez. Oh, $5 from Brandon. Thank you for the support. And €20 from Pavel. I mean, I'm supposed to support you, dude. But I mean, I really appreciate it. Oh, by the way, I forgot it was Dirk's birthday today. Oh, I'm the worst. It was totally Dirk's birthday today. I meant to say happy birthday to him. And I just totally forgot. I'll send him an email. Yeah, Dirk, mind you, this is how much this guy loves this stuff. Because I'm like, you have to have something better to do on your birthday. And he goes, no, we're going to do it on my birthday. And I'm like, all right, man. But yeah, everyone, just tell Dirk happy birthday. We made so much salt today, I can totally trade you some. Awesome. That's great. From Bruce and Burgans. No, I really appreciate the support. It goes a long way as I get my butt kicked. Oh, what is going on? So I commanded twice to kill that dude. I explored, I built one haven, I got an item from the market, I quested unsuccessfully, and I had to move. So his actions are right. These actions are right. We're going to Kalal's last action. And Kalal, I mean, I might as well just kill that dude. No, I can buy something. Kalal's going to go to the market, spend 4, or spend 2. I had 3. I put in the 3, I took 1 back, and I'm going to get the Druid Witcher. No, I don't have any Guile. I can't. I'm going to get the Horn of Brotherhood with my 1 lead. It could be really huge against the Magebreaker. This gets replaced. Discard this, remove a curse, and gain a point. It just costs 4. Don't know if I'm worried about curses right now. I'm not really sure who I'm more worried about, the Chaos or the Legion. But then Hanzo has 2 action points left. Again, all of his cronies are right here. He's going to go to the market. He's spending 2 salt. He's going to get the Druid of the Witcher with his 3 Guile. It only needs 1. We're going to discard this immediately to take the activation token off the Executioner. This gets replaced. This is the Abad Warpaint. And then Hanzo on his last action. Do I want to spend 1 more salt? Do I want a quest? I will quest. Why not? We're going to quest. We're going to do this one. I'm going to roll 2 yellows, 2 whites, and a purple. Nope, I lied. Those are my units, not my my hero stats. I'm gonna roll purple, 3 whites. If I was an extra enemy units, I am not. It's fine. I'm just gonna roll these 4 dice. I just need to get 1 of these. I think it's a worthwhile gamble. I'm very likely to roll at least 1 shield. 3 skulls will be good. Well, I got this one and this one. I don't get the point because I missed that, but I do get to discard items from the market. Really no point at this point in the round. I get to place 1 basic unit on each of my havens. I have 4 havens. I only have 1 basic unit there though, but I'll put it here because why not? And then every other player places 1 basic unit on any of their havens or explored hex. I'll get a basic unit on here. He costs more. Might as well get him in the fight. So discard this quest. And that's it. I did not get the point because I did not roll 3 skulls. So an interesting round for sure. We now go to the Nemesis phase. We're going to activate the Magebreaker, the Executioner. Done. We removed her activation token, which definitely puts me in a stronger spot. Would have loved to have gotten a 3rd haven out in place for the Crow, but just wasn't meant to be. The Magebreaker is going to move. It is going to place a garrison there, and Pavel can confirm this. Hopefully he likes my GIF in Discord. Bruce and Borgen says, haha, Dirk's birthday? Pavel says yes. Hopefully that's my GIF in Discord. How can someone not like it? I'm assuming it's amazing. I don't know if it's as good as Pavel's GIF with the woot. Pavel, I know when a curse is placed, it destroys all things, but I think garrisons can still come where a curse is, but let me know if that's wrong. So Mage Ritual activates, leaves a garrison, and comes in, and we're having a battle here. Woof, it rerolls blanks. Well, the black die is never blank, so I guess that's not going to be a huge deal. Every time she retargets, you move one sea tower from the game. Well, that's super interesting as well. So we are rolling a black and a yellow. We're on the wood, so we can re-roll 2. I'm rolling, I already used this because I was up against, remember the False Messiah. That feels like 7 hours ago, but that was only this round. So a black and a yellow, 2 white, a blue, because I have 2 hunters there. And I have another white because I have a tower there. And I have 2 salts, so I can pay things to make some magic happen. All right. Everyone rolls 2 blanks, re-rolls 2 blanks. There's a curse, so 2 damage. That's the best case scenario with those 2 dice. I can re-roll. I have 2 shield, which is amazing. I'll re-roll this one. Nothing. So 1 damage to the Magebreaker, down to 5. And 2 damage to me, but I blocked them both. That, again, was super best case scenario. Its lightning bolt power is not terrible. It just gets 1 damage for each lightning bolt on all dice. Definitely could be worse. I'm going to get a white and a blue because of my wall and my tower. I'm going to get 2 more whites because of my hunters. I'm going to get a yellow because of my sellsword, and I'm going to get a purple because of my berserker. So there's my 6 dice. There are my 6 dice. We're going to roll for the Magebreaker a black, 2 blue, and 2 yellow. So 5 dice versus 6 dice. The showdown is on. Remember, I can still take away towers and walls instead of killing units. And I still have this Horn of Brotherhood. In case I need it, I can put these 4 units in there to finish off the Magebreaker. Definitely do not want to lose any more havens. Boom. That's a good roll for the Magebreaker. 3 damage, 1 shield. That's a garbage roll for me. 3 damage, no shield. I can spend this to ignore a shield. So I can do a full 3 damage to the Magebreaker. I'm going to lose my wall and my tower. And because I can. And I'm going to ignore their shield, and I take 1 damage. So I'm going to lose my range guy, do 3 damage to the Magebreaker. Magebreaker is down to 2. So I think it makes sense to keep the yellow die instead of the white. The 2 blues come here, black, 2 yellows. And I'm going to lose 1 white die, and actually there's a white and a blue too. So I'm down to 3 dice. All right, Magebreaker has a black, a blue, and a white. I have these 3 dice. Remember, when the Berserker dies, I get another thing. So having them in place is super nice. And then I can also do a healing potion after this with after clash, so I can destroy a unit and then put it back. Oh, what did I do? I killed the white. I put it in the wrong thing. It should be there. Finally going against the Imperials instead of the Legions. Boom! 2 damage, 1 damage, and 2 shield. I don't like that. 2 damage. I'm going to spend my last salt, ignore one of their shields, so 1 damage gets through. Oh, that's gross. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, 1 damage gets through. I'm going to have them kill my Berserker. That gives me another damage, and that's going to kill the mage thing, and then I'll play the healing potion after combat to get the Berserker back. Excellent. Magebreaker is dead. Don't think it's going to be a lot of points. Some of these point totals are really bad. If destroyed, remove her target and gain 1 + 1 per magic, so I get 2 points. But at least she's dead. This target comes off, and then we're going to discard the market, which is fine because who cares? But It's empty. We draw. We're just going to put 3 out. They're going to get discarded again at the beginning of the next round. So I'm not going to be worried about that. Executioner has nothing. We only have 1 Legion in play. These 4 guys are going to sit here. Yeah, it just sits there. You only need 1 more damage to win for sure. Pretty good. Hope you don't get wiped there. Nah, golden. Why would I get wiped? The worst is killing the Siren with 0 guile. Oh my gosh, dude. The Siren drives me bananas. Bananas. Gain resources based on your total havens. Well, it's going to be a little bit of an imbalance here. So 333, 444, plus 2 food is 446, plus 2 plunder is 466, plus 2 plunder is 486. So 4 salt, 8 plunder, and 6 food. Resources for the Crow, 114, 225, plus that 227, 2, 2, and 7. I'm going to take 6, put in 2, and get another 3. Just keep things a little bit more organized over here. Empire scores 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Empire is going to go from 22 to 28, plus 1 because it has the Executioner in play, plus 4 because it has a Skeleton in there, and 1 of my units, which is super unfortunate. The Chaos is going to score 6 because it has 6 curses, so it's 28. It has no Horde in play. It does get 4 more points. It gets up to 32 because all of my units are in there. So Slaver, Berserker, Hunter, Sellsword, Troll, Deadeye, boom, boom. All right, return all units. I already did. Players score. Hanzo's going to get 8 points, 29 to 37. I'm going to have to move this a little bit more gingerly, and they get 1 extra point because of Winterhome. And then Kaal's going to get 18 to 22 and 1 extra point because it rebuilt its home on Pac Glandris. Rough. That's going to be a long climb for the Crow in this last round. Not impossible, but not looking great. I mean, if I get 2 Havens out and then maybe have them be the one to siege the capital, maybe. But that's a lot of points we're short. All right, done. We come up here. Reveal a druid, the last druid on the map. I'm just going to bring this down here. Archery and Clash. Draw 1 item from the item deck. Give it to any player, even if they cannot use it. That could be pretty strong. Flip all your face down cards face up. Boom and boom. Regain 8 action points. Should note, I think I got a comment on the last video because I know I did a lot of like rethinking in that last battle where it's like sometimes it's just more fun to like let things play out. I mean, this is not that game that's like that forgiving. If you really have like just made a bad strategic blunder, this can snowball on you more than most games. But I do try to keep that stuff to a minimum on the live streams. So sorry for people that like that is a little bothersome too. But it just made no sense to do what I was doing. The extra action points, an extra action point is an extra item or an extra quest. I mean, all that stuff makes a huge difference. All right, resetting the quest. This stays, is not discarded. We have to solve it. All right, break the shackles. Place 1 Legion on threat 3 on the capital. Woof. This is the Warlock. Place this target. Every player pays 1 salt for each of its havens. Wow. So Hanzo loses all 4 of their salt, and Kaal loses 2. And it's going to have to place its target. Its target is going to go on Hanzo, and it's going to go there. While this quest is in play, if you destroy any legions or garrisons, you gain 2 resources. So that's helpful. And that's number 5. And the last quest is the Hungry Giant. Oh, how I love you. Negotiating with these brutes is surprisingly tricky. Your heroes on the Highlands gain 1. Yeah, this could be the magical thing I needed to take down the Executioner. We're going to pass this left, so it's going to go to Kalal. and add to threat. So this guy came in at a 3, but now he's already at 5. The Executioner is maxed out at 7, so since she can't go up, they get 1 point for the Legion for each they can't go up. The first player draws and reads the last event, Chapter 4. Mass executions. Well, threat's only 6. It's usually 7 for round 4, so I like this. The fear of the Empire's revenge is growing among the rebels. Whole villages and settlements have already been burned down by the Butcher in search of you and your supporters. Every player destroys 3 basic or elite units from play or the reserve. Place them in the Imperial graveyard. Well, that's why I did that. I have no salt. Oh, it's so garbage. Yeah, the Warlock just made life really hard. So building any of my elite units is going to be super tough anyway. Woof. I'm going to kill both my slavers. Graveyard, because I'm not going to be able to afford them. And I will kill two of my Vargs. Alright, and the capital was poisoned with a climate of betrayal in which one wrong word was enough to land you in the gallows, with which themselves line the streets leading to the iron-reinforced gates of the city. For each player, place 1 legion at threat 6 on the capital. For each you cannot, place 1 horde at threat 6 on an empty hex. Place each horde in a different region if possible. Activate the legion with the highest initiative. Oh, that's terrible. Well, hopefully the next Legion has. Oh, it's terrible all around. Well, no, it could be good. Hopefully this is higher than a 20. Legion, threat 6 in the capital. It's a 29. Woof. All right. Well, no, it's not that great. Oh, this is this is even worse. It's even worse. All right, threat 6 threat 6 on the capital. We are going to place his target. His target is going to be placed in the capital because both of us have a thing. And yeah, he comes out, and then we're going to activate every legion, including himself. So the Warlock activates. The Warlock I never put on the capital. The Warlock is going to place a garrison on the capital. And what's his... I don't even know what his lightning bolt is. Once per round. Ugh. Remove a wall, a tower, or a haven. Or 1 threat here. Pavel, one question I have about the Warlock. Is that the word here is throwing me off, but I know that was only in the errata. Does the Warlock remove walls or towers from everywhere, or havens from everywhere, or is it only in the hex where it's acting? But it's a new Emperor. Haha, it's literally the worst card you could have gotten. Thanks, Pavel. Brews and Board Games laugh out loud. Yelp, that was. It was like I was happy, and then I was like, oh, never mind. This is bad. So the Warlock is going to come. Well, I need the new Emperor too. Where are you? Where is your ugly face? Where is your ugly face? The new Emperor is here. Got it. Found him. I found his ugliness. This comes here. Is going to have a brief combat there. The Warlock is rolling a white and 2 yellows. I have no ranged units there. Yeah, that does quick work of him. And the Warlock kills the Taven. Woof. Just in that hex. All right, that makes him less. I mean, he's only a 5, so I kind of was assuming that. Because I know some of those guys will just remove havens from anywhere. But I think it's the fact that says here, I think is helpful. For each player, place 1 legion. Or for each since I cannot place another legion because that was my last legion, we get the horde. What is this horde? It's going to be an any empty hex. It's the King of Plagues. Oh my lord. A buzzing of flies signals his manifestation like a glooming song. Each player loses half of their food. So I lose 3 food from Hanzo. I lose 5 food from Kaal. which is just, these are like the worst 2 cards I could have gotten. Every player destroys one of their units as his lightning power because he's a king of plagues. I can't. I can't even, dude. I can't deal with this dude. He's just awful. Wow. They're going to activate twice. Nothing much built there. Yikes. I will put the King of Plagues. Nope. There. It's the safest place to be. It's the last horde in the game. Oh, I took all my food, man. Hanzo lost 3 food and 4 salt. Kahl lost 2 salt and 5 food. Just, I mean, he lost a troll. He literally lost a troll. It's amazing. I'm thinking about, do I go here? No, I think that's the best place for the King of Plagues. I'm gonna try not to mess with him at all. All right. For each horde, place each horde in a different region, if possible. That's fine. Activate the legion with the highest initiative. Oh, I activated the warlock. I still have to activate the other things because of the arrive ability for the new emperor. The executioner is going to activate. She's destroying this. She's going to retarget. She's going to obviously target here. Oh, that's so gross. That's really gross. And we're going to activate the emperor. The emperor is going to add a garrison in the capital. The garrison's already full, so he's going to add a garrison to an empty hex. And then we're going to activate the legion with the highest initiative. We're going to activate the emperor again. He's going to do the same thing. He's going to add a thing to an empty hex without X. So there could be an X there and a curse, or there's obviously X's out in the icy wastes. Bam! Place 1 activation token. It's actually the last round, so we're going to place 2. So we have our 3. We have our 3 legions. Wow. I'm just so screwed. We're going to need to do an uprising specifically with Kahl. The executioner is just on a rampage. The other thing that's bad is she killed my other haven that I literally can only put 1 more unit on my hex because I don't have another haven to build on. That is probably the worst part of all of this. These should have been replaced. I forgot to do that. Spike shield, gain a shield in archery if you have 2 leadership. I don't with either of my guys. If I have 2 magic, I can get the drums of terror. If your enemies die, show any blanks, I gain a shield, and then we have another healing potion. I never got on a tower. I'm adjacent to everywhere with the Nethersea map. Okay, we're going to the build phase. Can't remove activation tokens. And the problem, if I don't mess with the executioner, it's going to basically wipe out 2 havens. I have to find a way to kill her. But then I'm just going to have no units. Oh, the new emperor. I had a really weird outside shot, but the new emperor really, I think, just killed all of that. So Tomb Raiders, When you use the trade action, you get an additional salt, or after combat, if you destroyed all Imperial units here, gain 1 item from the market that you can use. Okay. I can't use many of those market items, so that's not great. I will take... I'm not doing a trade action either. Well, we'll see what happens with the items in the market. I'll grab this one. Kaal's next 2 feats. Well, that's not great. Clash. Discard this to roll the dice of your... Oh, I got Bloodlust back. Alright, well, we'll go with Bloodlust this time around. See how that works. Yeah, I have to... I mean, the Executioners... I mean, I'd love to cause an Uprising. I think I have to kill the Executioner. If I wipe these guys out, that out, kill her. Remember, every time I win a combat, I get 2 more resources. Here we go. All right, I'm going to... Do I want to take on the Warlock? The Warlock's only a 5. He doesn't have any red dice. Probably take on the Warlock here as my best bet with Hanzo. But then he can't build any more towers. So if I come here, I wipe these guys out, or havens. I come here, wipe these guys, let's get a haven, come back. I think that's going to help. So I'm going to build a tower and a wall. Tower, wall. Going to go here. I mean, he's going to reroll. His range dice, archery dice aren't that great. What else can I build? I have no salt. So we're kind of limited. I need food. I'm going to spend... Woof. What's going to give me food? Nothing. Oh, I'm so resource poor. I can get food there, maybe. That's 2 movement. It's 3 points, 2 movement. Actually, I don't see how an uprising is going to happen, unfortunately. So we will get... I could do that. Try to build over here. That's probably smarter. I'm going to spend 2 food, and I'm going to spend 4 plunder. So I'm going to get 2 plunder back and 1 food. So I spent 6 resources. I'm going to get 3 units. I'm going to get 3 hunters. And they're going to go here. Just going to lean hard into the archery thing. I'm getting a spam call. How exciting. All right, we come over here. I'm going to spend the 5 and the 2. I'm going to ride or die with these trolls. Ride or die. They're going there. I can't build anything else. At all. So, I mean, I guess I could build towers. It just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I'm just going to try to kill the executioner here. And I want to be here to do that quest. So any way I can kill the warlock. I'm like kind of rethinking. I'm trying to kill the warlock there. Who knows? All right, we're going to Hanzo's turn. Oh, this is done. This is done. Take actions. I'm going to, or Kalal's turn. Kalal is going to move to get here. And then quest, we're going with the giant trolls. Did not go well for me last time, but it's going to go well for me this time. I have a feeling. So I'm getting 3 reds. We're going to get a purple. We're going to get a blue. And we're going to get another blue because we're on a Highlands. So I'm rolling these 6 dice. We're doing the Hungry Giant. He's so hungry. Please give me 2 shields. That'd be super nice. Or not. 1 shield. 2 of this. A bunch of skulls. Look at me actually rolling skulls. I get a point for that. And I'm going to roll a black die. If I had another shield, that would have been super nice, but I did not get that. But if I roll a black die, I'm going to take off damage off the Executioner. I re-roll lightning bolts. Give me 3 damage. 2. I will take 2. I didn't even know there was 2 on my die when I rolled it. So that's excellent. So that Executioner is down to 5. Much more reasonable for me to try to take her out. I cannot let her come at me. And yeah, I just really don't like her. I don't like what she's about. She needs to go. I'm going to need to get super lucky, but I'm going to try. Hanzo. Hanzo is going to move, explore over here. It's Riga. I get 2 food, which is the only reason I'm over here. I needed the food. If it's empty, it's not. Since it's not empty, we reinforce. We put another garrison there. And then place a garrison on any empty hex with no X. There are no empty hexes with no X, so we place it on a place which has another garrison. I will just put a 3rd garrison here. Or here. It doesn't matter. All right, Hanzo is done. We go back to Kaal. Do I want any of this crap? No, healing potion, maybe. I don't even have the salt for it, so that's not going to work. I am going to command with my only food. And I'm going to command all my dudes into this hex with this little Weasley skeleton. I'm rolling my 2 white dice. Skeleton has no range dice. I did 2 damage, and I shielded 2 for no reason. I get a point. Skeleton's out. All my guys are here. So am I. Since I won in combat and I have units left, I'm going to get 2 resources. I'm going to take 2 food. We go to Hanzo's turn. Hanzo is going to command with 1 food. He's got 3 units coming in against 2 garrisons. So it's 3 white dice against 2. Oh, I have 2 hunters there, so I get a blue dice too. So 3 white dice and a blue against 2 white dice. I don't have the salt. Damn it. Oh, this could come over here. I've done it. I don't have the salt to ignore. We're in a swamp. Yeah, I'm going to re-roll. I want to kill this dude now. I don't want to risk super badness. Excellent. I got a shield. That was a good re-roll. I got a shield and another damage. So we killed both of these guys. 2 points for Hanzo. So up to 40. And all these dudes are here. And since this is in play and I killed a legion, I get 2 resources. I will take 2 salt. We go to Kaal's turn. Kaal is building a haven for 3 plunder. So he's got 4 action points left. Okay. We're going to go to Hanzo's turn. Hanzo is going to build a haven for 2 plunder. It's going to go here. We're going to go to Kalal's turn. Oh, he's Just got no points, dude. No points. It's bad. Wait, market, command, build, command. I think that's best case scenario. I don't have any salt though. Instead of taking 2 food, I would have taken a salt. And I'm going to go to the market. I'm going to spend the salt. Remember, I took resources there because I was still surviving. I'm going to take a healing potion. That could be more helpful. This gets replaced with this item. It is survivors. Discarded. Every player may build units and defenses on their havens. That's amazing if you had resources. I do not. All right. Hanzo. Hanzo is going to... How do we command into the warlock? Yes. I think we try to just eliminate this dude now. So I'm going to command with my 1 food. These all come in here. I'm bringing all of my range guys. And I'll bring my berserker too. Oh, I could discard items to gain 3 salt. That's a good idea. I'm going to do that. Discard these 3 items. Again, it's not an action. I would like to get more salt because now that I know I can ignore multiple shields in a round. Thank you, Pavel. That is an amazing advantage. All right, going against the warlock. So the warlock is rolling 1 yellow and 2 whites. I'm rolling 4 whites. So I'll have and no rerolls here. And I get a blue because I have at least 2 hunters and I can ignore shields. So 1 yellow, 2 whites. I'm going to get a blank. So they have my 4 whites and a blue. Woof. Oh my gosh. I rolled 3 blanks. That's really bad. All right. I'm ignoring their shield with assault. I do 1 whopping damage to them. And they're going to do 2 damage to me. I have 1 shield. I'm going to kill one of these guys. And that goes here. All right. I lose the blue. I gain a purple. And I lose a white. So 4 dice. Warlock has a purple, a blue, 2 whites, and 2 yellows and a white. So that's their 5 dice, my 5 dice, or my 4 dice. I'm also here. That looks like a lot of damage. That looks like a lot of damage. So 3 damage to me, no shields. 3 damage to them, no shields. So they're down to 1. And I kill the berserker. I do 1 more damage to them. They're dead. So warlock is out. Let's make sure we get it done. These 3 are dead. I killed this target comes off. I have 1 surviving dude. I get 3 points, so 40 to 43. That's out. He's out. And I get 2 resources because this is in play. I'm going to take 2 plunder. 3 whites and a purple against, and I get all these dice back as well. So that's good. Warlock's down. Who's left? King of Plagues. Oh. I could choose to move him this way. Yeah, that's better. I'll be able to work with him. All right, this goes there. These go. Nope, these guys stay there. Oh, shoot. I brought them through. I wasn't going to be able to do that. I would have had to command these guys down here first, so that would have been another action. And I had a food for that. So this, I'm basically an action ahead with Hanzo. I couldn't see this wall. The new Emperor was blocking my view. So I commanded and I commanded again. So next action for Hanzo is already done because I had a command and I have one action left and I'll be able to build my last haven, which is super awesome. All right. Woo! I hope you get the extra dice back because these need to go straight in the trash as Bruce and board games. I love like how like common knowledge it is. I roll bad. It's just an amazing thing. I mean, look, I put myself in a bad spot against Oda. That was really a turning point. I think if I had gotten lucky with that roll, this whole game plays out different in a way I would have really liked my chances. But now I'm gonna come up way short with Crow. But you know, we're gonna have fun. So I commanded into the Netherwood, and I'm gonna have 2 whites versus 1 white, and we each have a reroll on blanks. Well, of course he rolls a damage and a thing. I can roll this. Excellent. 1 damage is good enough because I did 2 damage and I have 2 shields. He did 1 damage and a shield. He's dead, and I get 2 resources because of this, and 2 resources because of my my ability. So I'm going to take 1 food, and I'm going to take 2 food, and I'm going to take 3 food. So I'm getting 4 resources total, and I'm going to take 1 plunder. Done and done. All right, Hanzo, again, I'm a turn ahead, so they commanded again, we won. Again, I forgot to take into account that wall. Now we go back to Kaal. Kaal's going to build a haven with his last 3 plunder. So he got 2 havens out this round, so that's nice. Remember, the new Emperor, his target's in the center. It's in the capital, so he's not going anywhere. Which is fine. Now Hanzo has another turn. His last thing, he's going to build a haven with his last 2 plunders, so he has all 5 havens out. And now we go to Kalal. Kalal's going to try to defeat the Executioner. Remember, we have the Horn of Brotherhood as well. Super, super nice. So we're going to command. We're commanding all my units into Fernhala. Fernhala. And again, as Pavel pointed out a few times, like had I taken Bloodlust originally, I would have killed Oda easily. So like that's also again a strategic mistake on my part. Executioner's down. Let's do this. So we have the Horn of Brotherhood. We have Bloodlust. I mean, here's the crazy thing. I'm thinking about with those, do I try to take out the Emperor? But the reality is there's just no way. And then if I take out the Emperor instead of the Executioner is going to kill 2 of my havens. So that's minus 4 points. And every round that the Emperor rolls a lightning bolt, the Empire gets 2 more points. It's a net 0 play. I'm super intrigued by it, but it's just not going to work. All right, so we're going to go to ranged phase with the Executioner. She's rolling a blue and 2 whites. I'm rolling 2 whites. There are no rerolls. I don't have any Vargs there, so that doesn't apply. And yeah, none of this is going to matter. Yeah, so this is max 5 units per hex at all times. That makes sense. Booyah! That's an interesting roll for her. That's 2 and 1. I rolled 1. Can't do anything else. So I blocked 1 of her damage. I take a damage. I will take a damage to that dude. And now we go to Clash. So I'm going to roll a black, 2 yellows, and a white. And I could spend a food to get an extra thing. I guess I could do that multiple times too. No, that's once per round. Ah, that's so it's if it says once per round, it's once per round. If it doesn't say once per round, it's not once per round. Now it's all coming together. Pavel, you're the man. All right. What's going on? Executioner's rolling a black, a purple, a blue, and 2 yellows. Woof. And we have Bloodlust. So I feel decently okay. I don't know. No one has red, so the swamp doesn't make any difference. Hopefully I rolled better on my blacks than I have been. What's her thing? Remove your most expensive unit from play or the reserve from the game. That's fine. We're good. Boom. Oh, freaking lightning bolt, man. I'm so... Alright, I'm going to ignore both of those damage. Lightning bolt, she's going to make me lose my most expensive unit, so this is just getting removed from the game. She has another lightning bolt, which negates one of my shields. I don't have any shields. I rolled... So that's my... I rolled 2 damage. She rolled 1 damage and a shield, and again, I negated this, and that's once per round, so that's fine. So I'm doing 1 damage to her. She's doing 1 damage to me. So she's down to 4. And I'm down to... I lose another unit. I'll use this unit right there. I'm going to do the Horn of Brotherhood now and just get it done, I think. So bring those guys in. Again, max 5 units at a time. So the Executioner is rolling a black, a purple, 2 yellows. I'm rolling 3 yellows. Nope, 4 yellows and a black. So I'm going to roll the Executioner first. I need to get a yellow over here. Woof! It's a lot of damage. Hopefully we can match that. Hey, look at that! That's amazing. Great. So 1 billion damage. I'm going to flip this to turn this into a thing. I'm going to ignore all the damage from this die. So she does 3 damage. I'll kill these guys and one of these guys. My troll is living because I just feel better when the troll's living. She's super dead. Executioner's out. She didn't roll any lightning bolts then. I get 3 points. We go up to 29. Out. Done. And done. And done. All right. Look who owns the swamp now. That's right. All right. Since I killed a legion and I killed... Since this is in play and my ability, I actually get 4 resources, which can be very helpful to buy some points. Not going to be enough, I don't think, but it'll be closer than it might have been. These can come here. My 4 resources, I'll just grab 4. And had I had 1 more turn, so this healing potion was probably a mistake, I could have put another haven there. So let's pretend I did that because, you know, it's fun. So I would have just done a haven action, spent those 3. I kept forgetting I was getting so many resources, and I would have had a salt back over here. And I never replenished the offer, and the healing potion was probably a silly thing since I had the Horn of Brotherhood and all that stuff. So let's see how that scoring works out. I think that's just a better way to do it. Never use Bloodlust as it is. Never had to use... Oh, I even forgot about it. I could have kept adding damage on the clash rounds, so I actually had more abilities, but obviously the way it worked out was totally fine. We're gonna go to the Nemesis phase. The city of the King of Plagues is gonna go toward a empty hex. We have a choice. I can move it this way. I can move it this way. Well, he's gonna first, whenever he activates, he's gonna put 2 more of these suckers out. Yikes. He'll activate here and he'll move. That comes off. He's going to activate again. This goes on. And now they're going to battle. So one way or the other, he was battling with some things. We got 2 whites versus 3 blues in that hex. 2 damage. 2 damage to shields. So the King of Plagues is down to 4. King of Plagues is rolling 2 blues, 2 reds, and a white versus a blue, 2 yellows, and a white. 3 damage. 2 damage down to 2. but the garrisons are dead. They come into the Chaos Graveyard. All right, King of Plagues is done with their second activation. The new Emperor is going to activate once. It's going to add a garrison on a place that already has a garrison. And then it's going to activate again. It's going to add a garrison. It's going to reinforce another garrison. So it's going to just basically reinforce this garrison twice. There are no empty hexes on the board. We go to the production phase. Gain resources. This could be important. So 333, 444. Well, let me just add. So only thing that matters is the number of resources. Doesn't matter what type they are, right? So we have 2, 4, 6, 8 plus 3 is 11 plus 9. So 20 resources. And I'm going to get a couple of D20s. So all in all, I have 24 resources, which is not ideal because you can spend 5 resources for a point, but you can only do it from one person. You can't pool resources and then spend them. So basically, that's going to be the equivalent of having 5 points. For Kaal, so he has 4 resources left as well. And from the board, he's getting 2, 4, 6, 9 plus this. So he gets 18 resources. So he's going to get a total of, not 5 points, 4 points. Oh, not even as good. Yeah, 20 divided by 4. 20 divided by 5 is only 4, Greg. You know, math. Advanced math for you. So only 18 here. So again, they're going to get both going to get 4 points. So that is 8 points I can just give to Kaal, which could be good. Empire is going to score 1 point for each hex with a garrison. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So up from 35 up to 40. Gets 1 point because the new Emperor is in play. And then it's going to get 4 points from all of my dudes being in there. I'm going to keep them there because who cares? They're up to 45. The Chaos is going to get 8 points because there are now 8 curses in play, plus 1 because of the King of Plagues, plus 2 up to 43. And now we score points. The Hanzo is going to get 10 points because he has 5 havens, up to 53, plus 1 for his home hex. And the Crow, we're going to get 8 points of 37, plus 1 because of their home hex. Oh, can we do it? We expend 4 points from Hanzo to get 4 more points, 4 points for the Crow to get 4 more points, and we would win by 1. Look, I get it. I cheated. It was an asterisk. I was like, no, I can build a haven there. I'm going to put that back. I don't want that. But the fact that the path to win was still there was bananas. Wow. I'm sure I missed a point somewhere, but like, you know, they probably have 49. But, you know, I feel like I accomplished something today, kids. So put all the asterisks on this game that you want. I'm taking this as a moral victory at minimum. That's ridiculous. I did get it was only, was it 3 or 4? It was 3. Yeah, I got her 3. That's crazy. That was insane. Yeah, bad strategy with Oda and a bad roll that made it even worse. And just kind of pulled out a thing, right? I mean, Hanzo was just dominating over there, which is absolutely sick. And I find that a lot. I always have one faction that's like, yeah, they're doing really well. I don't really that worried. I mean, even the new, I mean, what was it? The Messiah, that was a really big drop. So I didn't play this right. I mean, there was definitely ways I could have done this better and more smoothly. So I left a lot of, I think, power on the table. I didn't use this ability in that last battle here. But super crazy playthrough. The giant made killing the executioner that much easier. Had a really nice roll finally at the end, and the troll finally, earned its keep. But woof. What a crazy game. Yeah, Bloodlust is like sitting there like, dude, you never used me. I know, I didn't. That was fun, man. That was really fun. I'm excited to continue to explore this game. I'm excited to get to the expansion factions. I'm excited to get the Arch-Nemesis expansion on the channel. This is a not a resounding victory by any means. If the king rolled just 1 bolt, you would have lost. Yes, that is absolutely a fair point. Yep. King falls 1 point. Destroys. With the King of Plagues, every player destroys 1 of their units, put them in the kit. Oh, yeah. Right. If he rolls a bolt, I have to put 2 units in the Chaos Graveyard. He gets up to 47. Wow. Awesome. It's such a struggle. I think you can count it. I think the two biggest issues were not taking the bloodlust against Oda and not spending 2 salt to ignore shields from Messiah. Yeah. No, it's great to know that, man. That's such a great rules. It just makes looking again. It's every game has their thing. It's just like, oh, if it doesn't say once per round, it's unlimited. You just got to have the resources. That's a really nice thing. Yeah, Pablo, dude, I really appreciate you hanging out, man. And beyond the super chat. I mean, that's just like your input here. I think it means a lot to me, and it means a lot, I think, to the other people watching this. Just to really kind of learn the tricks and be able to play this game the way the designers intended to be played. It's great, man. It's just a great, really rich game. I would not ever three-hand this game. Um, I think two-handed is a perfect, really nice solo experience. The map's more manageable. If you wanted a three or four-handed, I mean, good luck. As I said earlier, I would strongly recommend people watch that no pun, not no pun included, the not board gaming video with Cornelius, where he really goes in detail about what the expansion adds, because like every word he said was just like, oh my god, that sounds good. That sounds really good. Like I was getting excited about the expansion, and I'm not someone like I back Kickstarters based on like if I trust the designer and I trust the design team more, and like I played this enough that it's like I'm gonna love this game. I just want all of it. So I really backed the expansion without doing a ton of research, and like it just sounds really, really good. Just kind of watching that video, it was great. Having Pablo on the stream seems to be good luck. Yeah, yeah, I do actually enjoy this game a lot. Running 3 would be all day long thing, like take breaks and stuff. I also want to grow some people to the point where I'm hopefully dethroned from best Uprising player. It's funny, man. You weren't on our phone call, but Cornelius and Dirk were definitely singing your praises about your well-earned title of best Uprising player on the planet, from what I understand. So this was cool, man. It's nice to get a kind of victory on the channel. Once in a while. It's been a few. It's been a couple of weeks of your futility. Fun. I mean, the first 2 letters of futility are almost the entire word of fun. So I mean, there's some overlap there. You can check out the new content on TTS. If you do that, the new factions are really fun, says Brandon. Awesome. I am not much of a TTS player. I'm glad it exists. I think for me, I need some boundaries between me and more board gaming, to keep my life a little bit balanced. So for me, like I like the tabletop feel. And plus like this game is, I mean, just touching this game is so gorgeous, man. Like the components are so nice. It just, it's so great to have on the table. So I think I would lose some of that on TTS, but I'm glad it exists and people can test out a whole bunch of games that way. I prefer the tabletop, the tactile feel. I think it's the old poker player in me, man. I was like always shuffling chips and stuff. I need to have something in my hands. Makes me feel a little bit better. But also, Pavel says "fu" is also the first 2 letters of another word. Yes, it is. Congrats, bros, says Bruce and Board Games. Thank you, sir. Oh, that's hilarious. You're a funny guy, sir. I appreciate the addition to the chat for sure. So, everyone tell Dirk happy birthday. I'm going to shoot him an email now. I will definitely get the updated rules for the next time because that sounds super fun. I think having the 4 druids out would make a lot more sense. Bring them into the gameplay a bit more. They really do add a nice layer of depth, and they're more. I think they add to the strategy a lot, which is important. I mean, do they make it easier? Sure, but it's kind of like rumors and rails for Dawn of the Zeds. You're going to lose Dawn of the Zeds a lot of Director's Cut. The rumors and rails just give you a couple of extra tools that help you win more, but also add to your strategies. And I think that's a nice intersection for me. Like crowdfunding games that have been delivered. Whoa, hold on. I only do tabletop simulator stuff for stuff I can't physically get my hands on, from Brandon. It's so good for development. Oh yeah, I could definitely see that. Like crowdfunded games that haven't delivered, and Brews and Board Games. Thanks for the stream, man. I'll catch you later. Catch you well. Everyone, definitely always happy to give a shout out. Brews and Board Games. I haven't seen a ton of his stuff. What I've seen is really solid. So definitely happy to support and glad he shows up in the chat. I will try to return the favor at some point for sure. Instead of having to print and cut everything, you can just upload it in a few minutes. It makes development easier and cheaper. So I give it all thumbs up. Yeah. I mean, plus you're able to play test so much quicker and see results in real time. There's major benefits to Tabletopia and TTS, and I think those are the only 2. I mean, Tabletopia, like no one really talks about it anymore anyway. Probably just CTS seems like it just dominated the market. But yeah, this was cool. So what a day, man. It's always a good day to talk some board games and to get another game on the channel. If you want to see what's coming next in Solo Playthroughs land, I have a playthrough of Mage Knight on Friday, probably going to start at 11 a.m. again. I'm going to try to revisit Volcaire's Quest on Legendary, see if I can't pull that off. Next week we got Spirit Island, we got, I don't know, other stuff. I don't even know. I really don't. But if you want to go on my Patreon page, there's a link in the description below. I have a public post beginning of every month. So just look out for September's public post, and you could kind of see the list of games that I have on there. It's not an exact schedule, but it'll give you a rough idea. Doing 3 live playthroughs a week, I need the extra flexibility because I don't know. I mean, I try to do Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It's often been Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. Sometimes it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So I'd like that extra flexibility. So, but definitely go check that out. And I'll be back to Uprising before too long. Definitely want to get Arch-Nemesis on the channel. And I'll say again, check out the Pledge Manager just opened for this game. If this game's at all interesting to you, check it out. Check out the prices. See if it is something you might want to invest in. If you have an opening on your shelf that just really needs to be filled, I can't think of many games I would rather have on my shelf than this one these days, and that is an absolute truth. So and go online to teach people and influencers, says Pablo. Yeah, you guys offered me that opportunity, and I appreciated it. I had learned enough at that point that I just enjoyed. We just talked for like 40 minutes that day. It was really fun. So get a sense of what you guys are about. So this was cool. I'm gonna sign off. Thanks again, Pavel. Thanks to everybody else who made this a special, an extra special day in Solo Playthroughs Land, among the many others that we have. Until next time, happy gaming.
Solo.